In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, boys and girls, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Oh my God. Stuff to do today. Stuff to do. I mean, really, I've been holding back a cough since I started talking. Sometimes it's best to just get it out. The end of an era is the title of today's show, and it couldn't be more fitting. I don't know if you saw the news yesterday. Last night, during our evening show, it broke. Tiffany Henyard is going to be out as mayor of Dolton, Illinois. Sad doesn't begin to describe it. It was, I mean, look, it was a squeaker, man. It was, I mean, a lot of people thought that she'd get blown out. A lot of people thought that she'd get destroyed, you know, being as she's so corrupt and there's been so many scandals attached to her. Tiffany Henyard fought the good fight. She hung in there. I believe by last count, let me check here. Yeah, 89% to 10%. So she was, I mean, close. It was a Chicago area election that ended with under 100%. I mean, that's usually good, right? Usually they got the dead voting. And I mean, honestly, this, have you guys ever seen that analysis of the Chicago vote? One time, I know it's not, what's his name from MSNBC, Steve Kornacki with his big board, but they had a guy analyzing the numbers of a Chicago election. It was a three-way election between three different guys. And this was, I mean, it was really good math, but it did show that Chicago might have some number problems with its election.
They say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Small Joe, and you can see that statement is not true. See, normally if you go one-on-one with another wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning.
Okay.
But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal.
Okay.
So you got a 25% at best at beating me. And then you add Kurt Angle to the mix.
Another
your
candidate.
chances of winning drastically go down.
Analysis.
See, the three-way at sacrifice, you got a 33 and a third chance of winning.
Right.
But I got a 66 and two-thirds chance of winning because Kurt Angle knows he can't beat me, and he's not even going to try.
All right.
So, Samoa Joe, you take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
All right.
At sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we used to go one-on-one and then add 66 and two-thirds percent. I got 141 and two-thirds chance of winning at sacrifice.
Yeah.
See, Joe, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
So, you know, there we go. I mean, that's a normal Chicago election, and those numbers to you and I look weird, but in that area, they look normal. And in the Tiffany Henyard election, they actually came in under 100%. So that's, I mean, holler if you hear me, is what I'm trying to say. So we'll get to the Tiffany Henyard thing today. We got a lot of other stuff to talk about. And it's worth noting I'm not trying to rub it in. I'm not trying to start a competition. The first 2 days of the week, the morning show crowd with twice the time has gone down to the wire goal-wise. I mean, it's been real, please, sir, may I have another. The evening show audience, we moved the evening show back an hour, or up. We moved it up an hour. We're going to try 6 o'clock now, as long as it works. And I don't think they've made it to the 45-minute mark of the episode with a goal so far this week. So, I mean, you're talking about they started at 1:20 yesterday, banged it out right away. They're starting at 1:30 tonight because they threw in so much. They'll probably bang that out easy. We're one evening show away from a perfect week in the evenings, and then like not even close. In the mornings, we got to get tonight. We got to get this morning, and we got to get tomorrow morning, and it's a perfect week for the toe. We're right there. It's very, very close. But let's see if we can do it a little differently. Last night, it was very funny. The evening show crowd asked me to keep track. Venmo, PayPal, and Streamlabs in one column, YouTube in another column, and Rumble in another column, and see who donated the most. And I'll admit, we had a little fun with that last night. So, 320 is the number. I don't want to harp on it. I don't want to talk about it a lot today. So, this first hour is the easy part. Get us under 300 by the end of this hour. 320 is the number. Easy enough. Let's do it. Let's go. Turd Burglar says, bro, you vulture, you killed a lady yesterday. Wait. Hold on a minute. What did I do? I struck again? Who did I kill? Who died? I know. I wanted to ask you guys something. Do you remember around the time, good fan of the show, friend of the show, do you remember when Granny went to rehab for the alcohol thing? Turd Burglar, you stole her cancer money for the goal. That's right. Patrick gave us $50 from his wife's cancer fund. And people are claiming that caused me to kill a cancer patient. They can't get treatments now because I took their $50. You can blame me for that. I understand. But may I defend myself? He's the one who gave up the money. Don't you guys think that Patrick was being a little fraudulent? That money was supposed to be for cancer treatments, and he spent it on a podcast. I don't know, man. I think I accepted the money just because I don't want to be rude, but I'm morally conflicted about the whole thing. I mean, you could argue that he put me in a tough spot. Could technically argue that his wife's cancer put me in a weird spot. I mean, technically, since I just want to Larry David the thing, if I could. Bigot on Socialist Media says, better value for his money. Less side effects with donating to this show. Go ahead, try it yourself. Let's see what happens. Yeah, if you donate today on PayPal, Streamlabs, or Venmo, do me a favor. Try to see how guilty you can make me feel as to where that money's coming from. See, I got to have gimmicks with the morning show. They're not like the evening show people. Hey, drink all night, and they just go, here, have some money. In this case, you guys need a hook. You guys need an angle. So my friend Granny wrote me yesterday, and I wanted to know if you guys remembered this, because I didn't. I didn't remember it. I'm not saying he was shaking me down or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. But Granny insisted that when he went to rehab, I raised money for him and that I owed him $140. Now, I don't remember doing this. He sent me the episode. I listened to the episode, and I couldn't find a part where I specifically said, I mean, I did say, let's knock out the goal tonight for Granny, for Granny, for Granny. And I think Granny claims other people took that as me raising money for him. I don't know. But I did tell him, look, man, if you say it happened, it happened. Things are going pretty well for Steel Toe right now. Here's $150. There you go. He said, no, a lot of your biggest donors. That's what he told me. He said, a a lot of your biggest donors said you did that, and they're upset with you that you didn't pay. And I don't remember, and he was coming in pretty hot, and it was like really aggressive about it. And I was like, okay, I argued with him a little bit. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I wasn't being a dick. He even said, you're being passive aggressive. And I wasn't. I was like, I really don't remember doing that. But if you have the clip, whatever. And he sent me the clip, and I listened, and I'm like, this doesn't sound like that. But I could see where someone could take it like that, because like for Granny. And I'm like, well, I don't want people to say that they donated to the show thinking it was going somewhere and it didn't. So here you go. And I gave it to him. And he was cool after that. Like after he got his money, he was really cool. But I don't know. It was one of those things where, and I've been in those situations before, where it's better to just, if there's a question about it, just pay and move on and make the person happy. I don't know. But if somebody does remember it, I think it would help set my mind at ease. And he appreciated it. He was very nice about it afterwards, and we joked a little. But I don't know. I don't know. Dysrhythmia says look, if you're a fan of the show, he said a lot of your P1. I don't know what P1 means. I don't know if that's internet talk or if I skipped that day in broadcasting school. But he said a lot of your P1s are mad at you for it. And I'm like, I mean, I'll talk about it. I'll see if these P1, again, I don't know what a P1 is. Too much internet talk. They don't talk that way in the real world. I'll see if my P1s think that. But so far in my chat, nobody is saying this. Packer Backer, who I would consider a P1, says, nah, man, you say do it for all the time. We don't take it literally. If you said do it for Tiffany Henyard, we don't expect you to donate the money. Well, here's my thing. If there were people who donated thinking that was the case, I want to keep those people happy. So no skin off my back, and it helped Granny a lot. So I don't think anything was lost there. Where was it? Oh, God damn it. Hulkamasha Baby says, Granny's Florida trash. Wow. Just give him money so he goes away. And that's kind of what I thought, too. I'm like, you know what? If there's a question, I'll be magnanimous about it. Here's the 150. He asked for 140. I gave him 150. It's like, okay, now there's no question at all. Off we go. And it's over. And it's done. Triple N says, I think you just got bullied for 150. Is Granny using? We don't need to go down that route, I don't think. But I'm not saying that to say that Granny's a bad guy or anything, because it got solved, whatever. I'm asking you guys if any of you heard of anything like that. He was like, your P1s. And I was like, I don't know what a P1 is. Can I have a P1? Can I have a P1 if I don't know what it is? I have one P, but I don't think I have P1. I don't know. So I figured those people would come to me, because I haven't heard a peep of this. I figured my people would come to me and tell me, but I haven't heard a word of this. So P1 is Spurg talk for penis one. That means top penis. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Aaron, give me $150, you gay F word. Oh, man. Now Mr. Approachable is trying to sell me an extended warranty for my car. MSO says, come to think of it, you owe me money too. Oh, no. I'll tell you who I'm not impressed with. I'm not impressed with Spring right now. So if you're a VIP that didn't get their order, there's like 8 or 9 of you that I sent orders out to. Let me know if you've gotten it yet, because I've had a handful of complaints about really slow delivery times with Spring. A lot of people saying I haven't gotten my order yet, blah blah blah, and like I keep going into Spring to see if there's something I need to do. There's nothing I need to do. They fulfill the order. They take care of the whole thing. I haven't been paid. I know they pay out on the 22nd. I haven't been paid out yet. So there's that too. It's, I don't know. It's a weird thing. So if you've ordered from Spring, and a bunch of you have, and you've gotten your stuff, that would make me feel really good. If you've ordered from Spring and like nobody's gotten it, I'm going to start to worry and see what's going on there. Bigot on Socialist Media says, moving forward, you should make it clear if you're collecting money for people. Yeah. Kraken Slappin says you stopped using Spring last time because they were shit. Yeah, but I'll tell you this. It's expensive to hold inventory. And it's a pain in the ass to try and ship. As we learned when my last person in charge of shipping got addicted to drugs and then just totally fucking blew it off. I watched a box sit there and gather dust that needed to be shipped out. And, the past is the past. Que sera, sera. Am I right? But, I'm hearing some complaints. Dr. Rondo says, did not get shirt yet. Yeah. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says they print on demand and it's 4 to 7 business days once they print. They take forever. Okay. Eaton Clam says Dusty Box. I've been sitting in the corner forever, baby. It's Dusty Box, and I got a couple of hoodies. I got a few T-shirts. I got a couple of hats, baby, and some mugs. And I just been sitting there in the corner, and I've been resting.
And there will be gorilla shit all over the outfit.
And there was white powder all over the nose of the woman who was supposed to ship out my contents, if you will. Maybe you should put zip codes on the packages, says Fauci's Pangolin. Oh. So apparently it takes a while. What are you going to do? Let's throw out a thank you to Ace for starting us off this morning. Thank you to Ace for $20.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you, buddy. Ace says, good morning, Steel Toe family. I have a contract to be finalized this Friday that should be worth $250K. I've busted my ass for this all last year, so I don't know how I will mentally be able to accept such a loss, so I'll ask the expert. I have a contract to be finalized this Friday that should be worth $250K. Busted my ass for this all last year. What loss are you talking about, Ace? You worked for a year and got $250,000? What am I missing? That sounds like a good deal to me. Sounds like another win for the Ace, if you ask, if I'm being completely honest. Thank you for starting us off with the $20 as well. Ace is now at 147. This is a good time to take a look at the WHMH 101.7 Top Donations board. Steven is in charge right now at 290. Ace is in second at 147. JR is in third at 100. And Adam Simon in fourth with $95. Thank you, guys. Continue to throw in, like I said. Let's get under 300 by 7 o'clock. It's 6:15. We're at 3:05. This should be the easy part of today's show. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rant. Approachable says, whenever you're actually raising money for someone, you actually say it and make it obvious that everything over the goal goes to that person or something along that line, making it very obvious. Look, there's a chance that there's a part of that I missed where I said that. I mean, he was really, 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 really mad at me. He's really worked up about it. Like I told him, he was really nice at the end. I mean, once you pay people off, I guess. But but I said, yeah, he really kind of came in hot there. I don't think it was necessary. But I don't know. If I said it, I missed it. That's all. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, I know you're generally incompetent in the creative department. Oh, shit, I lost that. I'll send you some better options, Ludafisk Tits. Spring is dog shit. First of all, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, let's talk about something. Let's get it straight right fucking now. I am German. Ludafisk, eat my asshole. How about that for Ludafisk? How's that Ludafisk taste, dickface? Don't you ever take that shitty, fucking awful fish and lye concoction and put that on my people. We are a Wiener Schnitzel people. We are the Huns. I am the scourge of God of the internet, as Granny said himself, the Attila the Hun of this shit. You don't call me Harold Hadrada. No. Would it be Harold Hadrada? It would be, no. Who was the Battle of Hastings. We had the Normans, the Britons, and the Vikings. You had Harold Hardrada, William the Conqueror, and fuckface McGillicuddy. I can't remember who the other one was. Hardrada and William the Conqueror, and then the third guy. William the Conqueror was the Norman. The Normans took England, and that, who gives a shit? Really, at this point, who gives a shit? Annoyed Wawa supervisor with the big advertisement this morning says, stop by your local Wawa for our new big breakfast deal. A coffee, hash brown, and coffee for only $5. Right. A coffee, hash brown, and so 2 coffees and a hash brown for only $5. Aaron Imholt can only eat 2, so one is probably great for you at all participating. Thank you. Annoyed Wawa supervisor realizes he wrote coffee twice and says, damn it, this mobile app sucks my ass. Don't you hate it when you have your perfect little spiel written out and you fuck it up? MSO says, do it for Johnny. I guess you owe him a lot of money. Oh. Fauci's Pangolin says, Kerry Von Erich was the third guy. Okay, that was it. Harold Hardrada, William the Conqueror, and Kerry Von Erich. That's what it was. I didn't remember the third guy at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. I know it took place in 1066. When was the Battle of Hastings? October 14th, 1066. That's locked in my brain like Charles McGill and the Magna Carta. So I know it was in 1066. William, Duke of Normandy, Harold Godwinson. That was the Viking king. Harold Godwinson, William of Normandy, and Harold Hardrada. Those are the 3 factions. Harold Godwinson was the Anglo-Saxon king. Harold Hardrada was the Viking king. And William, Duke of Normandy, was the Norman king. Perfect. There we go. Now we've got the Battle of Hastings figured out. We can move on with today's show completely guilt-free. Ace with another $5 says they're trying to corner toe. Lie, deny. Just don't get high with 2 whores and a bi. Ace, you're being very generous with that bi part. I would say a lot of repressed homosexuality in that boy. Just from not even anything public. Just I'm saying a lot of repressed homosexuality. That's why you can't publicly be ashamed of it. Because there were some wishes, let's just say, that I didn't get fulfilled. People might be upset about. All right, we got 305 for today's goal. Triple N says, today on Aaron poorly recaps history. Yes, absolutely. If you have any kind of historical battle, be sure to throw that historical event to me, and I will poorly explain it to you. How's that? Should we do that? I will poorly explain to you the historic situation, and then we go from there. All right, let's see what we got. We got a couple thank yous to get through here, and then on to the show. We got Jon Stewart cutting his hand. We got Tiffany Henyard getting cut out of her job. Oh, my goodness. Gray Duckling coming in with what he's calling big dick energy today. Oh, my. Ace, you have been supplanted as number 2. Gray Duckling with $130 to start things off.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Pretty Paul with $3 says, my child doesn't need insulin today. Here, have her chance for life. I'm not asking for you guys to donate money and then find out that it was for a horrific, like a family member had to suffer. I'm not asking you guys to give me money out of your children's life's blood. That's not what I'm asking for at all. Like Patrick started that. I didn't ask. Paul, I don't want to take your child's insulin money. Thank you for the $3, but that's not necessary. Now, if it was your child's insulin money and it was $500, I mean, holla at your boy. But what I'm trying to say is that $3 sounds important. Thank you, Gray Duckling, for getting us the big shot today. And now we're 175 away from today's goal. Here's what I say, guys. Let's get to 100 by 9 o'clock. How about we shut the fuck up about that now for 2.5 hours? Wouldn't that be aces, as the kids say? Thank you very much. So now it looks like this. Steven with 290, Gray Duckling at 197, and Ace at 152 with JR at 100. The whole top four is now triple digits. See, now look at this. You're a monster. It's better in Aaron's hands anyway, somebody says. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, yeah, guys, Aaron could actually use the insulin. Please just send him the insulin. I'm not diabetic. I weigh 222 pounds. I'm probably about 7 heavy. I'm not in terrible shape. McBuster says, I'm asking around. Give me some time to raise some fake donors. Geesh. All right. Well, thanks for carpooling the whole thing. I appreciate it. And guys, I don't want to take your medicine money. I don't want to take your cancer treatment money. So please, when you go to PayPal, Streamlabs, or Venmo today, and you send money, please make sure it's not coming from some kind of a sick fund. I would appreciate that. Let's go to the Jon Stewart clip for today. Apparently, Jon Stewart on Monday pulled a Leo DiCaprio in Django. Hold on, we just had a little slip there. Jon Stewart pulled I don't know if you know the famous story of Django Unchained. The old Ben scene where Leo's got the skull and he's showing you the dimples on the skull, and it was a black slave that his dad had for years and years, and he's showing you the dimples. At one point, this is when he finds out that Jamie Foxx and Christoph Waltz are liars, and they're swindling him, and he slams his hand on the table. Now, in the take, not the character Monsieur Candy, but Leo DiCaprio smashed a wine glass with his hand, sliced his hand open, needed stitches afterwards, needed to get it mended and tended to, but continued to do the scene with the blood dripping down his hand and even rubbed it on Kerry Washington's face for effect during the scene. That was totally improvised. Leo, for a shoot, cut himself and just decided to roll with it. Well, Jon Stewart was doing a rant about Elon Musk and Doge and federal layoffs and everything on The Daily Show, sliced his hand open, and Jon Stewart, not known for his pain tolerance, carried on.
Oh, can it be? The companies we subsidize with billions of dollars are allowing us the privilege to negotiate the price of 10 of their drugs? And 10 is all of them, right? It would be embarrassing if it was a small drop in the bucket and that the American people didn't expect that we should negotiate for all their f***ing drugs because we've already paid for it with our subsidies. Are you f***ing
Jesus.
Come on. I'll be going to the hospitals.
Oh my! Oh shit! He really did catch a leaker. Oh my God! There's a lot of vein. Like, I mean, just look at your hand. I've got my mom's and my grandma's veins. You can see my. I have the creepiest hands. You can just see my veins clearly. I'm gonna be one of those old guys. Oh God! I'm gonna be one of those old guys with the vein hands. But there's a lot of veins running through those hands. You cut a hand deep enough, that's going to leak for a while.
It's fine.
I mean, come on.
And I just want to say,
Come on, Sam Show. You got to admit, that's a tough old Jew broad right there. You know, he took that like a champ. Right? Approachable with $1 says, here you go. My children are starting to look like the African kids in the commercial with sad music. With how much you beg, you apparently need it more, so I'll keep slowly siphoning it to you. You don't need to give me $1 when your children are starving. That's not necessary. Kraken Slapping with $5 says, I hope this helps you. I now cannot afford to feed my dog. I just took him in the backyard and put him down. Don't kill your pets. There's no we've been hitting our goals for years. Sometimes we have to go pretty please with cherries on top. Sometimes we got to go a little extra time. It's not the end of the world. We hit our goals. We keep our company going. We're actually on the upswing at the moment. Something fucking terrible always happens. You don't need to kill your pets to donate to this show. That kind of sacrifice has never been asked of any of you. Doorman with $20 says, I was going to use this to save the Dunn babies, but I guess a Casey's breakfast pizza will have to be my contribution to society today. I'm not asking that you not save Dunn babies. Also, I'm going to be really honest with you. I really don't know what your $20 would have done for the Dunn babies, but like your heart was in the right place, and I've never asked you to not. In fact, I have always said from the very beginning, let the people who can afford to contribute to the show contribute to the show. You just hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. If you want to get a membership, go for it. But Jesus Christ. $1 from Waylon says, this homeless child, it's her birthday. I was going to use this to buy her a present, but here, it's for you. Get her a present, for Christ's sake. The dollar is not, I appreciate it. It's nice of you. But good Lord, man. Adam Simon gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you, Adam Simon. That one comes guilt-free, and now Adam Simon is tied with good old JR at a hundo. Thank you, Adam Simon. We're 155 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much. Boy, you really want to stick it to that fucking evening show crowd, don't you? I like it. I like it when you guys go to war against each other. You know, I really am like the world elites, and you guys are the American people. I just kind of pit you guys against each other, and you all fight. You guys get the dopamine rush of feeling like you're fighting for a cause, and I get to collect all the ancillary profits. How's that, Sam Show? Am I doing? Is that good? McBuster says, speaking of Dunn babies, I need to crack me open a Dunn baby and start the day. Yeah, I mean, get that adrenochrome coursing through your veins. All right, I'm going to get this one out of the way because I feel like people didn't give a shit about this one yesterday as much as I did. But I was fascinated by it. You know me. I like gossip. I like girl drama. I like catty bitchy fights. And I like properly analyzing and properly, informing and educating the world on what vapid, mentally ill, attention traps porn chicks are. And there's just something, there's a vacancy in their eyes. In my opinion, the mental illness comes first, and then the career in porn comes second. I don't think people get into porn and it breaks them. I think they were already broken, and then they get into porn. I think it attracts a certain type that would have been a certain way no matter what. It's kind of like, I will say here's where I think weed gets a little bit of a bad rap. I think that a lot of people who are already unmotivated and lazy gravitate towards weed. So that makes a lot of people think that weed makes you disorganized and lazy and unambitious and stagnant. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, because certainly some people have been motivated while they use marijuana. So I think it might be the person who's attracted to that thing. Maitland Ward, I think, is one of those people who could never get enough attention, thought acting would fill that hole. And then when the acting career was done, she just literally had the hole filled. And Maitland Ward started doing porn. And she went from kind of the, cute little, cute tall redhead on Boy Meets World to just like, you get this porn girl look. Once you start doing porn, your skin starts getting bad. Your eyes start becoming vacant. The way you communicate just seems like you're behind a barrier and the rest of the world is open. But we played that clip yesterday of her on the Will Friedle Topanga podcast, where they just talk about the show they were on. Whatever. Everybody, everybody's got a podcast. On today's episode, what did Mr. Feeney smell like? I mean, I don't think we need to spend a whole hour on that, but show was big. So they had Maitland Ward on, and her and Topanga got in a cat fight. You didn't say hi to me at Girl Meets World, the Netflix show. You didn't, you unfriended me on Facebook, Bubba. It was such a Gen X fight. It was so annoying. And I was annoyed by both of them because Maitland Ward came off like an attention-starved porn chick. And Topanga came off as really dishonest in it because Topanga just couldn't bring herself to be honest and say, you're an embarrassment to all of us. We're humiliated that you're now just a complete cock slut and that's what you're doing for a living. So I didn't really want to be associated with you. Like, if you're Danielle Fishel, put yourself in her shoes. Her career is back. She's got a sitcom now. She's on the way up. Even if the sitcom doesn't work out, she's putting new work out there. She can get jobs. You start palling around with Maitland Ward again. I mean, the only offer you're going to get is from blacksonblondes.com. So Maitland Ward, because she can't get enough attention, went on TMZ and decided to talk about the podcast experience. And wouldn't you know, it's totally Topanga's fault.
We don't stand anywhere because I haven't heard from anyone after the show.
Well, I mean, were you expecting to? You were an asshole. You were a complete dick. Why would they talk to you afterwards? That's like expecting Dan Crenshaw and Tucker Carlson to get on the phone and just start chumming around.
I really wasn't expecting to hear from her after such a contentious, show and everything. I really was expecting to hear from Will since I have been friends with him over the years. So I think it's the most disappointing with him because
this is a very porn girl thing too. And this is just a jaded ex-lover thing in general too. Is not taking a hint and just moving on. Going, I don't know, Will, why won't Will talk to me? Topanga won't talk to you. William won't talk to you. You've seen the decisions you've made in the past here. Take a hint. Maybe it's not them. Maybe they don't want to be associated with what you are. Maybe it's bad for their career. It's bad for their image. Or they don't want one of their good friends to be a porn star. I mean, there's been this movement by skanks lately to try and normalize porn, normalize sex work. I'm sorry, it ain't normal. You're taking something that a vast majority of the planet sees as a very intimate, private thing, and you're just giving it away. You're doing it publicly, and you're getting compensated monetarily to do it. A lot of people find that fucking goofy, and they don't want to be associated with it. Doesn't mean what you're doing is wrong. Doesn't mean you're a terrible person for doing it. But I'm getting really tired of OnlyFans chicks and porn girls who think that there should never be a social price to anything you do. If you decide to fuck on camera for money, take the money, dopey. That's great. But don't sit there and go, why aren't people inviting me to stuff? Why aren't people hanging around me all the time? You're going into a profession that's seen as embarrassing. And no matter how many times you go on a talk show and say, well, we should normalize sex work. Sex workers are people too. Most of us don't see you as people. It's, we see you as, look, a farmer doesn't want to see a pig as its pet because he's going to have to slaughter it someday and make pork chops. We don't want to see the thing we're whacking off to as a human being because then we might feel we're mistreating you. But yet you're making the content, so we'll whack off. You're a pig. We're a farmer. You're a pig. We don't want to get too close because it's a little awkward what you do.
I feel like he kind of led me to the slaughter, so to speak.
Oh, pig.
Since he was my friend. And but I don't know. Right now, I don't have any ill will towards her at all, and I never did. I actually wish her the best. I send her always nothing but love, and
she hopes she makes 1 million black cocks. That's a really kind idea.
Always have, and I feel like a lot of times she's just sent me back toxicity in return. Right before the show,
there you go. There's a mentally ill chick. When you're fighting with someone, you're always innocent and they're always being toxic. No, Ace, I did not just call Keanu a pig. That's not what Keanu is not a porn girl. Stop it. I was talking about Melanie Mack. No, I'm just. Nobody's jacking off to Melanie Mac. She's a mom now. She's mom age. I don't know if she has kids or not. I don't know a lot about Melanie Mac. I just know she's mom age, and you can't be whacking off to her anymore. That's not okay. Plus, every time you're about to come, you just hear something. It's like she's just yelling the gay F word. So it's like, I mean, come on. I know for some of you, that's like choking yourself with a belt and you go fucking bananas, but, to each their own. I'm sorry. Continue on. Blacked.com star of the year, Maitland Ward.
We had nothing but just professional, nice conversation. It's going to be fun. The fans are going to love it. We really want you to come on. Your season has come on. And I was like, okay, great. We did it. There was no saying, I'm going to come on and, get all the attention or whatever. And so we did it. But I really feel like Danielle wanted this moment for me to kind of trap me and make me listen and make the fans listen to what, her piece of the story. And
you were there too. She gave you a chance to speak your mind. And by the way, she's doing a show. If she's got a problem with you and wants to address it on the show, I would argue that, there's the time. Do it on the show. I don't know. I can't take too much of her. Unfortunately, she really is the stereotype of the porn chick. And it's like they crank them out in a factory, and no matter what your journey is, you always end up at the destination. McBuster says most people just jerk it and go. Nobody wants to hear about your cause or learn your name. Yeah, and you ever seen the ex-porn stars who want you to feel bad for them like they were taken advantage of? Mia Khalifa, I'll say this, of all quote-unquote famous people, Mia Khalifa is the most detestable. She's the worst. Because Mia Khalifa was the hottest porn star for a year. She was the biggest deal. And then she's like, porn, it sucks. Porn's stupid. I'm an artist now or an influencer, whatever the fuck she wanted to be. And she's like, porn, ew, porn's gross. Porn sucks. Porn's evil. And they ripped me off, by the way. She tried to do this sob story because she's a retard and signed a dipshit deal because, I'm sorry, porn movie companies don't come to you with a contract because they think you're super smart and you'll negotiate really well. They come to you because they're like, oh, here's a broke, dumb whore who wants to fuck on camera. Let's offer her 10 grand up front. She'll go buy a few purses and we'll run off with all the videos. We'll film her for a few days. She'll do 1,000 movies. We'll run through her and then we'll say, all right, thank you, bye. And then Mia Khalifa's thing was I'm the most watched porn star. I get tens of millions of views. These guys should be paying me more money. Did you sign a contract? Yeah, I signed a contract. What did the contract say? I get this much and they own the movies. Okay, then we're done here. You signed the contract. Nobody put a gun to your head. They put a cock in your mouth, but nobody put a gun to your head. And I don't think the cock in the mouth was threatening. I mean, I've never had one in there, but I don't know. I mean, it would be threatening to me, but, different circumstances. So she goes and she's like, I was taken advantage of. The business is evil. You weren't taken advantage of. You signed a deal. That I kind of hated Taylor Swift for that too, not the porn thing. I hated Taylor Swift because she ran that Scooter Braun she put him through the paces. And she was like, this guy's evil. He stole all my master tapes. He didn't steal all your master tapes. The contract you signed with the record company said that they own the master tapes. So she turned all the Swifties against this guy. Now he's public enemy number one, when all he did is what Jewish record producers have been doing since music began. Signing people to deals that are advantageous to them, owning their content, giving them a lump sum up front, and not giving a fuck if they go broke. That's the story of every black jazz musician in the early 20th century. It's the scene from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? This guy will pay you to sing into his can. And you sing into his can, they give you $100, you fuck off, and little do you know, Led Zeppelin was created a few years later based on the shit that you gave them. Yay. I mean, you name, blues and jazz musicians, Howling Wolf, Lead Belly, all those guys, they got fucked over, and big rock bands started because of them. And I know some people are like, oh, I don't want to involve lawyers. Involve lawyers when you're signing shit. It doesn't cost a lot to have a lawyer look at shit. It really doesn't. It's not, People assume lawyers and they go, well, it's expensive. Well, for certain shit, it's expensive. But to look at a contract, it doesn't cost a lot. It really doesn't. They're saying Mia Khalifa went right back to taking dicks. Did she really? I didn't know that. I thought she was done. No, I really hate that. There are porn girls who are just, they're honest. They say what they did. They talk about their experience in porn. They're like, yeah, I did that. I was part of the business for a while. Now I'm not. I think Lisa Ann is a great ambassador of pornography. She does fantasy football stuff now. She does she's actually very knowledgeable. I would argue that Lisa Ann is more knowledgeable when it comes to football than Mina Kimes. But you can't have Lisa Ann on ESPN every day. Number one, Mad Dog would just be popping boners all day. We got a porn star. We got a porn star. She's sitting here. We're talking football with a girl who's been taking dicks. She's been doing DP scenes. Can you believe that? I am such a big fan of your work. Now let's talk about the AFC North. She's honest about it. She owns it. She's like, yeah, there's some good shit about it. There's some bad shit about it. Mostly the ass aches, I would assume. But then she goes on and she does her fantasy football thing. Mia Khalifa won't even let people introduce her at public events as someone who was in the adult film industry, which is the only reason she gets a dime ever. Mr. Approachable with $2. Oh, no, you guys, no. Approachable says, thank you for the idea, Kraken slapping. I shot the dog and fed it to the kids so I don't need to feed them or the dog and can send in a few more bucks. Guys, you don't need to kill your pets to donate to this program. Don't make me feel bad. I've been very clear about this. There is no reason to murder just let other people donate. You don't need to give me large sums of money or small sums of money and then murder animals. It's not necessary. Patricia with $20 says, just laughing at the responses. All right, well, thank you, Patricia. I love that. I like those kind of donos where people are just genuinely entertained by the program and they just give us money because they're entertained genuinely by what we're doing. Thank you. I appreciate that. 135 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. I mean, shit. 100 by 9 o'clock, but I mean, if I may be greedy for just a moment, I mean, we're not that far away. Let's end this thing. Let's everybody throw in a little bit and let's knock out this 135. When you guys have these big days when Johnny's not here, I don't know. It feels weird. I feel guilty when Johnny's not here and we have a big morning. It feels, I feel like I'm doing something wrong in a weird way. Let's go to, oh boy, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, what do Lisa Ann and Purple FTW have in common besides football? They will both fuck a dude to get out of a jam. Learn the word allegedly. Allegedly, for God's sake. People saying in the chat, RIP that guy's dog. Guys, don't eat your dog, please. 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 I appreciate it. Speaking of Purple FTW, I just watched a Purple FTW video from this morning. Apparently the Vikings look like they're going to tag and trade Sam Darnold. I was really worried after those last 2 games of the year he wouldn't have a lot of tag and trade value. But the rumors I'm hearing are that we're close to working out a deal and we might get a 2nd round and a 4th round pick for Sam Darnold. That would be great because I don't know if you know this. The Vikings have a 1st round pick, a 3rd round pick, and 2 5s. That's all we've got in this year's draft. In this year's draft. So we're a little thin on draft supply. It would be nice if we could get a little draft capital for Sammy Darnold. Ace with $5 says, honestly, the only thing I had going for me was the board. Now that you let Gray Duckling treat me like I was treating Simon FML, Adam Simon, I think you mean. Well, let's see. Ace, you're at 152. No, you're not. You're at 157. 115. You're at 159. And Gray Duckling's at 197. So it's not lost. Shit ain't lost. Gray Duckling with $2 says, sorry, alleged big dick energy. Well, there's Gray Duckling now at 199. So now it's a $40 difference between the two of you, and we're 130 away from today's goal. Thank you, guys. Here's, Mr. Approachable's got a clip. Great. No, Eaton Clams. We're not going to do Sam Darnold for Deshaun Watson. Straight. I love how he says straight up. Like he's giving us a deal. Hey, you guys franchise tag Sam Darnold. We'll give you Deshaun Watson. Straight up. I don't like the Vikings have like $68 million in cap space right now. I don't even think we have enough for Deshaun. Why did you guys do that? Why did you guys sign him that way? Oh, Tatler, nobody's going to have to pay $45 million for Darnold. You don't have to. Here's how the franchise tag works. The Vikings just have to declare that we're franchise tagging Darnold. We declare Darnold, once Darnold signs it, then it becomes on our salary cap. We're about $45 million in for him. All we have to do is declare the tag. Then a team can come in with compensation. You can tear up that franchise tag, and then they can negotiate their own deal. So basically, a team might give up a 3 and a 4. I'd be happy with just a 2. But a team could give up a 3 and a 4 and then sign Sam Darnold to like a Baker Mayfield deal. That's could be what happens. Imagine what we could have got for him if he hadn't fucked. If he hadn't fucked up so hard those last 2 games, we might not be getting the J.J. McCarthy era this year, though. So there's some blessings in there. Puerto Rican prostate puncher with $1 says, here for the goal. Don't have to feed my kid anymore. I didn't know necks sound like a popping chicken joint. There's no, guys, we don't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be. Why are you doing this to me? Stop. Just. Vic Q says the problem with Johnny is that you don't hang out away from the toe, and it shows. Oh, that's not true. Whenever I have a big event or thing at my house, I invite Johnny over. He's over a few times this summer. We absolutely do hang out. So you are incorrect there, but everyone's allowed to take a shot at a prediction. Fair game. Did you see this guy on this? I don't know what it is, man. There's some kind of psyop going on with air travel where like they're trying to make it awful. I don't know if they're trying to kill the airline industry and make it government run. I have no idea what the end game is with this air travel psyop. I don't know, maybe rich people got together and decided that we're stinking up the planes and they'd like a little more leg room and they're willing to pay more for their plane. I saw a plane ticket yesterday. SP and I were just talking about, where would you go next? And I was looking up Houston to go to Galveston. I like Galveston, Texas. Nashville, Las Vegas, Fort Myers, all these other places. And we're looking up all these flights. And one of the flights, I think it was Nashville. It was Delta, and it was like $150 round trip. It was dirt cheap. And I was like, Jesus Christ. So I just, out of curiosity, I was like, if it's only $150 to fly round trip, what's the first class ticket? And I looked up the first class ticket. They were not the same. $4,500 for the first class ticket. So $150 to be with, the other fucking pickled herring munchers in economy. And then, that's how they keep the riffraff out, is charge you another $4,500 to sit with the smart people. Ace with $5 says, random question. How much would it take for you to leave Steel Toe for a full-time sales job annually? I don't know. It would have to be a job. It couldn't be a sales job where I'm at a desk most of the time. I'd want to go out and, do meetings and pitches and shit like that. I really enjoy that kind of stuff. Send me an email. I'll shoot you a number, Ace. Send me an email. I'll shoot you a number. How's that? I don't know. I like it, though. I'll be honest with you, I miss the sales end of doing the radio thing. I miss going out, having a couple drinks. Doing sales is still, at least in radio, it's still very much like Mad Men. You go out, you drink, you pitch ideas, you come up with these here's the commercial we can run, here's the tact we're going to take, here's the demos that our show does, and we can wrap it up. And it is a lot of fun. I do miss it. But not enough. Well, send me an email, Ace. We'll figure it out. Oh, by the way, that puts Ace at 164 for today. Approachable has a clip. All right, what did I say? Annoyed Wawa supervisor. Aaron invites Johnny over, but all the events happen on the second floor. It's cruel as fuck. Here's Approachable.
Nobody put a gun to your head. And I don't think the cock in the mouth was threatening. I mean, but nobody put a gun to your head. And I don't think the cock in the mouth was threatening.
It wasn't my mouth, though. We were talking about Maitland Ward. The cock was not in my mouth. It wasn't my cock, and it wasn't my mouth. That's a mistakenly run clip, in my opinion. Triple N says Galveston by the sea. LOL. What the fuck? I remember going to Galveston when I was a kid, and I had a great time. Is Galveston gay? Don't make me feel bad about Galveston. Is Galveston a good place to vacation? Yes, Galveston, Texas is considered a good place to vacation, especially for people seeking beautiful beaches, rich history, diverse attractions like the Pleasure Pier. Oh, maybe I should stay away. And a mix of cultural experiences. Boo! Boo! Bunch of Mexican. Making it suitable for families and those interested in exploring Victorian architecture and maritime history. Suck it, Triple N. Galveston is great. It's wonderful. I'm just reading some of these. McBuster says Galveston is an oil spill. Texas is owned by India now anyway. Let them secede next time. Oh, all right. Well, fuck me to tears. What are you going to do? All right, guys. Thank you very much for your generosity this first hour here. Unbelievable work. Thank you very much. So this Qatar Airways thing, again, it seems like every day we're getting a plane that's got, the smoky cabin. You got a Southwest plane almost hitting a private jet the other day. You got planes clipping each other on the runway. You got Black Hawk helicopters flying up, Boeing asses. It's just a weird time in air travel. And we all know it's because they're letting women fly planes. But the point I'm trying to make is that on this Qatar Airways flight, there was a couple that was forced to sit next to a corpse for hours on the plane. Now, if you have a dead body, first of all, why are we putting dead bodies on the plane? Second, if the person dies during the flight, can't we put them in like the captain's closet, or depending on how many bathrooms you have, one of the bathrooms, or like throw a blanket over them in the galley? Do we really have to have people sit next to a dead guy? I mean, first of all, if there's not a Qatar Airways lawyer sitting at the airport with a big check for these people and go, let's never talk about this again, it's stupid, because this is a lawsuit. You talk about emotional distress. This is a 6-figure lawsuit waiting to happen. You made these people sit next to a dead guy and face their own fucking mortality for hours on a flight with no escape? Yeah. I don't think any of these flight attendants consulted legal counsel before they decided to make this decision. A couple bound for their dream Italian vacation experienced the flight of their nightmares when they were forced to sit next to a dead body for 4 hours with no option to change their seats. I have no idea how you make it through that. I mean, unless they'll let you like weekend at Bernie's it and maybe fuck with the corpse a little bit, like, oh, hey, flight attendant, could I get a blanket? And then put a blanket over the guy and maybe take like a coffee cup or something and put your hand on it, make it look like he's jacking off. Take his arm, put it under the blanket, grab him by like the elbow joint and just go like that and make it look like the guy's whacking off. That's kind of funny. I mean, otherwise you got to sit there and face mortality and stare at a dead guy for hours. I don't know what you're going to do for fun. See how many cups you can stack on his head? Oh, you could, if they have any big circular objects, you could play like ring toss with the guy. All kinds of, I mean, there's ideas, but it's not ideal. You'd rather just be sitting there with your headphones on watching a movie. Mitchell Ring and Jennifer Collin were on their way from Melbourne, Australia to Venice when a woman collapsed in the aisle next to them and died mid-flight. So they die mid-flight, and you just put them in a seat next to some people and go. That's how you know that these people are not trained to handle that kind of a situation, because they're just like, they panicked and they're like, open seat. Imagine that. Is there any better feeling that when you get on a plane and the seat next to you is empty and people keep loading in, you're like, oh God, here it comes. Here's where I'm going to get the big fat black lady with the neck pillow who's going to take up all the room. And by the way, what is it with black people and neck pillows? I never see white people with the neck pillows on airplanes. Black people, especially the more they weigh, the higher likelihood they're going to have the neck pillow. I don't understand it. It's like a uniform. But, you get on the plane, nobody sits next to you, you're feeling really good about it, and then the doors close, the plane starts taxiing, and you're like, hot shit, the seat next to me is empty. This is going to be my day. And then halfway through the plane trip, some lady drops dead. That's horrifying enough. They take the empty seat and they put the corpse right next to you. What did you do in a previous life to earn such shitty treatment? Let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
Guys, I know this has really shaken you up. Jenny, how you going?
Not going too great. There's a corpse in my seat. There was a dead lady in my seat.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the best of a pretty hard situation, but, we're on holidays, so we're really trying to have a good time.
So, Mitch,
yeah, that's what you want to do. You really want to be sobbing and crying with the vision of a dead lady sitting next to you as you're on vacation. What a wonderful mindset to be in.
if you can just sort of explain what happened on the flight, because I know this woman
it's
walked
on
out of the
holiday.
bathroom and collapsed next to your seat. How did that then play out?
Well, they said on the plane that they've got a sit them where they fall policy. And so they had to put the dead bitch right next to me.
Well, the staff were there in no time, and I pat them on the back. They did a wonderful job trying to revive her.
They must have cut him a check. They must have paid for his vacation. I just want to say that Qatar Airways did a great job, and if you're ever looking for great travel if you're looking for premium travel at not premium prices, then you're going to need Qatar Airways.
It was right beside me in the aisle.
They've got good deals dead to rights at Qatar Airlines. Take it from me. They're a dead ringer for a good time.
Well, and they did everything they could, but...
Other airlines don't have a pulse. Qatar Airline is the heartbeat of your next vacation.
Unfortunately, the lady couldn't be saved, which was pretty heartbreaking to watch. Then they went to try and move her. They brought this chair down, which I'd never seen before, but it had just two wheels on the back, and they put her in this chair. And they tried to wheel her up towards business class, but she was quite a large lady, and they couldn't get her through.
All the rich people just started throwing 50s through the little separator, the partition. They're like, get her the fuck out of here, whatever it'll take. I mean, honestly, though, you got to be honest. If a person dies on a plane, they do belong in economy with the rest of us poors. You shouldn't bother. I mean, again, $4,500 for your plane ticket. There's no dead bodies up there.
Through the aisle, because her height was at armchair height. So they looked a bit frustrated, and then they just looked at me and saw seats were available beside me. My wife was on the other side. We were in a row of four by ourselves, and they just said to me, can you move over, please? And I just said yes, no problem. And then they placed the lady in the chair that I was in.
We're also really mindful this is incredibly distressing for this woman's family as well. But I'm just thinking about you.
Actually, her family said that they were going to donate money to the Steel Toe show, and they weren't going to have enough money for a funeral. So that was actually really sad.
You're then
But I thank them for knocking out tomorrow's goal.
placed, or this corpse is then placed next to you. For how long on the flight?
For the next, it was 4 hours, 3.5 to.
Oh my God! I guess flying anywhere worth going from Australia is going to be quite the hike. 4 hours you had to sit next to a dead thing.
4 hours.
Don't they start to bloat in that time? Like, isn't 4 hours like the gases and everything are built? Oh my God.
Flow.
So I can understand why this was so distressing, Jenny.
Yeah, I'm not a great flyer.
If you'll excuse me, we're going to go to the beach now. Hope nobody drowns or is eaten by a shark. I'm having a great time on my vacation. Her eyes rolled back and her eyelids came up sometimes. If you'll excuse me, we have a lovely 4-star dinner to go to. All the animals they're going to serve are dead.
Best of times. But when my husband turned around and said, move, we've got to move, I was really shocked. And I said, are they going to, put her there? And luckily a lady behind me on the other aisle, she said, darling, come here, a lovely English lady. And I sat next to her. But so Mitch was across the aisle then from me for the rest of the flight.
I like that. That's some old school dude shit right there. That's what you should be doing. You get your wife the fuck out of there. You let her go sit next to someone else, and you eat the corpse seat. That's what a man do. And you can see, like, she's openly just, like, distraught over this. I like this guy. This guy is the picture of a man. I mean, except for the gay earring. But this is a dude. Because you can tell this is fucking bothering the shit out of this guy, and he's pretty traumatized, but he's holding it in. And look, I've been to therapy. If you've gone through some shit, it's helpful. It's good. I recommend it. But I do think it's better that guys hold shit in and just die a few years earlier than women. I think we have the example of living your emotions on your sleeve generation. And just keep that shit bottled up and die a little early generation. And I think keep that shit bottled up and die early generation is more effective and more efficient than feel your feelings generation. I just feel like the World War II veterans, they built America into what it is today, right? Like after they got back from the war and everything, the economy booming and all that stuff. Whereas now, like, dudes are feeling their feelings and it's distracting them from building the world. So I think we should all agree from now on, let's bury all this shit down deep. Be there for our partners, but be there in a way like you're a rock. You're that solid, dependable symbol of strength, that they can draw off of. Because I think we were better off that way.
I don't know how you're going to go, Mitch, getting her back on a flight after something like this. But from what we understand...
Well, our next trip, we're going to take a tram and a donkey. And we're going to go to a port. We're going to go to Messina. And we're going to take the route that the old Crusaders took to the Holy Land.
It's on the plane. Did cabin crew offer to move you?
No, they just asked me to move.
Could you scooch? That's the weirdest thing. Flight attendant going, hey, sir, could you scooch over that way? We got to put this dead chick here. Don't worry, there's only 4.5 hours left in the flight.
Across in my
I tried to take the world's longest shit. Kill an hour.
seat.
Because I know that international guidelines are pretty clear on this, that unless it's a full flight, and it wasn't, that they should move you to another seat with few other passengers nearby. You won't...
Well, I guess I shouldn't have taken that lifetime pass of first-class tickets and the $5,000 check they offered me. I guess I'm fucked then, aren't I?
Given that option?
No. And I know there were spare seats I could see around us.
I would have thought with airlines that there would be somewhere to actually put these bodies so they weren't having to be placed next to passengers.
I remember Nicolas Cage just dropped Pinball Parker out of the landing gear in Con Air. Maybe they had considered that. Can't you get to the belly of the plane from the cabin? Can't they just, you don't have to tell their loved ones that you dropped their dead grandma on her head. But just, drop her down in the belly of the plane.
Some type of protocol, definitely. That was, we totally understand, and we can't hold the airlines responsible for the poor lady's death.
Yeah, you can hold her fucking accountable for making you sit next to her.
But surely after that, there has to be a protocol that then looks after the customers that are on board.
And there was another situation at the end when we landed. They told us in our area to stay in our seats. And then the ambulance officers and the police came in. And then the ambulance officers started pulling the blankets off the lady right beside me. I was there. And I got to see her face. Yeah, it wasn't nice.
Traumatic.
Oh, God. Yeah. Hey, I know you guys are on vacation, but maybe a couple lawyer phone calls. I think, as they say in the business, you might have a case. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 says, I guess this money doesn't need to go to funeral expenses for my son. Guys, you don't have to give me your children's funeral money. And also, I'm so sorry for the loss of your son. That's terrible. Terrible. Of course, the first chat I see when I go back to Rumble is Andrew's son. Oh, get over it. Oh, there we go. McBuster says men die earlier because women kill us earlier. It's simple. Jasper says, oh, Christ, grow up and toss a blanket on her. How do you think military members feel or nursing home employees? Bunch of whiners. At least she wasn't talking your ear off the whole time. I mean, look, military guys are trained to handle death. Nursing home employees know that death comes with part of the gig. When you're flying to literally your Venetian vacation, you're not supposed to have to deal with your pending mortality. MSO, Pallbearer Airlines. Yes. My voice, I think, is eternally fried. I can't hit the high notes anymore. Yes. See, I can't go that high. My balls finally dropped at 38. Oh, the Undertaker. I can't do it. I used to be able to go that high. And here, let me try maybe water. Yes, the Undertaker. I can't do it. I cannot hit that octave anymore. That's sad. This is a sad day. Let's go to Turd Burglar. He says he lost his aisle seat. Bullshit. Should have folded that body up. I want me leg room. You aren't going to move me to an aisle seat. You aren't going to move me to an inside seat. I'd like an aisle seat. You can put that bitch in the middle and fold her legs up. MSO says Fatrick would never have this problem because he required all 3 seats. Yeah. He wouldn't sit next to his dead body, wouldn't sit next to anyone on the plane. He'd sit around the plane. How about the passenger? How about get the passengers out before they come grab the body? That's what I was thinking too. Why are we going in and getting the dead body first? You pull the blanket off. I mean, dead bodies don't look like the movies. I mean, one eye is open. They're like, those lifelike dolls that your grandma had? Their eyes are like that. They're rolling around. They're kind of open, but kind of shut. It doesn't look like the way you'd think they were going to look. Approachable with $1 says, morality question for you. Ooh, I love these. They put the dead person next to you, and the dead person's arm is on the armrest. Do you push the arm off so you can use the armrest? Fuck yeah. How is that even a morality question? Get this dead bitch's fucking arm off my armrest. She ain't paying for it. I am. That's my armrest. Your comfort is not important. I don't give a shit if rigor is set in. I'll snap that fucking thing. I'm going to be comfortable on this flight if we're going to sit together. Clopogram says they pulled off the blanket and I had to... they pulled off the blanket and I had to see the big fat bitch's face again. That is disgusting, though. It is amazing, like, how well trained these people usually are. And yet how when the chips are down and it's crunch time, I mean, they just fuck up so easily. McBuster, well, didn't she shit herself too? Like, do you always shit yourself when you die? You know what? One Google search can clear this up. Do you always poop when you die? No, not always. While it is possible for a person to defecate when they die, it is not a universal occurrence. After death, the body's muscles relax, including the sphincter muscles, I'm going to puke, that control bowel movements. This can lead to the release of feces, but only if there is already fecal matter present in the rectum. I'll say I've thought about this. If I'm ever about to die, like if it's, if it looks like it's a few hours away, make me shit. Make me take a big shit. How awesome would it be if you die and you don't shit yourself? That's like the last win in life, is all your loved ones are gathered around you and you just nail the dismount of your death. You have a nice last word. You say goodbye to everyone and you just kind of fall asleep. Fade away. There's no farts. There's no pees. There's no poops. Everybody's golden, and you just have it's traumatic. It's terrible. Your family's going to be very, very sad, but you didn't shit your pants, and they're going to, believe me, they're going to remember that. Because if you do shit your pants when you die, your family's going to remember you. They're going to miss you, but every once in a while, maybe at a family gathering where there's a few drinks, they're going to go, and do you remember he shit himself when he got, oh, God, that was the worst part, is when he shit all up. It's going to come up. So if you don't shit when you die, would that be nice? Aaron would have been giggling. Oh, that's right. We all have phones on the plane. We all have computers and shit on the plane. You could do this. This would make them move the body. Like if you just went, that lady died, so you want to make her sit next to me. All right, well, I guess. I don't like this, but I guess you're going to put her on the plane. Go ahead. It's fine. Sir, what are you doing? Nothing. Just enjoying myself, listening to some entertainment. Make with the dead body already. That's the staring contest you need to have with the staff. Sir, we need to put this dead body next to you. All right, why don't you just sit her right there? We'll have a great rest of the flight.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Imagine getting the whole plane to do this.
'Cause you love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say I believe in Joe Hendry.
I have a new wrestler that I think I like. I told you that every year I'll check out the Royal Rumble and I'll get kind of acquainted with all the new wrestlers. And now my kids are kind of into pro wrestling, so I might jump back in again. I think this guy is pretty cool. Is it hack? Is it gay to like this guy? I know we got some wrestling fans in our audience. Is it gay to like this dude? Because I know he's a wrestler, so some of you are going to say, it's gay to like him no matter what. I think this guy's cool. I think he's got some Stone Cold Steve Austin vibes about him. I'll just play his music and see if you know. Here. I like this LA Knight guy. I kind of like him. I think he's kind of cool. I've got my favorites from back in the day, like Randy Orton, AJ Styles. I like those guys. But I don't know. That LA Knight guy is kind of cool. I might be... But I don't know. I don't know if it's cool to like those guys or if it's like, no, Aaron, everyone thinks that guy sucks ass. He's terrible. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I like CM Punk, Braun Breaker, and Logan Paul. Dude, that Braun Breaker guy is a fucking beast. That's Rick Steiner's kid, right? That kid is a monster. Braun Breaker. For sure. Let's go to, we gotta clear some of these out. Los Federales with $1. Sorry, I'm late, boss. Had to wait for Johnny to fall asleep so I could take this $1 from his daughter's piggy bank. He puts $1 in after every afternoon show. There's plenty left, so hang on. Thank you. $5 from Professor Tie-Dye. Says, here's some of the money from my mother-in-law's funeral. They make money at a funeral. Like you, she was so full of shit, they gave her an enema and shoved her in a shoebox. This way your family can save on your funeral costs. Oh, well, you know, thank you for passing the savings on to the toe. I can't tell you how much we appreciate that. Vic says, be a sheep, Aaron, only like cool guys. I don't know that they're cool. I just see them and I'm like, oh, I like that. That guy's kind of awesome. I like that. I'd be like, oh, you only like the cool guys. I don't know. I don't watch for at least a year. I think I even skipped last year's Royal Rumble. So I don't know these guys. Aaron, nobody thinks this is cool. Keep it to yourself. Oh. So is that, I don't know. So I'm afraid to tell people, like when I tune back into wrestling and I go, oh, I like this guy. I always worry about it because I worry people are going to go, you fucking idiot. That guy sucks ass. Because Mr. Kennedy was my favorite wrestler. Like for a long time, I'm like, Mr. Kennedy's cool. And like, he never got that full-on shot. And people are like, Mr. Kennedy's kind of gay, dude. Shit. 120 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Incredible generosity, especially from Gray Duckling today. And Ace. And many others. Doorman. And, oh, God, the one woman who was Patricia. Thank you very much. A lot of people throwing in today. Approachable, tie-dye, the like. We appreciate it, guys. Again, 120 away from today. You guys are looking great. Let's keep going. Oh, this. I meant to save this for just you guys today, but they found this clip during the evening show, and I was like, well, cat's out of the bag. There's a story that ran in a local Houston news channel, and it was about they were doing a human interest piece. You know, I think the idea was, you know, Elon Musk is a terrible guy. Trump's a terrible guy. Laying off all these federal workers is just this awful, evil thing to do. So they interviewed a guy who got laid off from the IRS. And it's a 3-minute and 42-second news story. And I feel like we should just play the whole thing. Even though there is absolute gold at the halfway mark, let's just get the full context. Because remember, now the evening show didn't get this treatment. The evening show didn't get the entire story. We just played a particular clip. I want to get the full vibe that the news is going for before we get to the clip. Because the vibe the news is going for is, this is terrible, this is awful, all of these federal government cuts are this terrible thing. Let's see how it hits you, the audience.
Tonight, for the first time, we're hearing from a former IRS employee right here in Houston. He was one of thousands of federal employees abruptly laid off this week.
He sat down exclusively with Michelle Choi to share how he's feeling and his message to those in power.
Nothing there. Nope. Nothing there.
As he waits for an official termination letter to arrive at his front door, Jason Charles shared the toll the last 48 hours has taken on him.
I can't believe this is happening, and it happened so fast. Like I said, I was just in training.
Oh, so it was a last in, first out thing? Well, also, sir, you know, if they just told you that you're fired and you haven't gotten an official termination letter, like, it would be so funny if someone was just fucking with this guy. And now they fire him because he hasn't shown up for work. They're like, well, you told me not to come to work. Dude, that was Franklin doing a joke, you fucking idiot.
I was just in training. I waited 4 months to go to training just to be fired.
He's one of 6,000 plus federal employees who work for the Internal Revenue Service fired this week as part of mass layoffs happening under the Trump administration. The majority of those workers, like Charles, were probationary workers employed for less than a year. Charles told us more than 24 employees were laid off from his office here off Gessner. He says,
now, wait a minute. They're trying to do this sad, these guys are getting laid off spiel, but like, if you're a probationary employee, by the way, I know the jokes, a guy, probation. I can't really make that joke about anyone at the moment. I You guys go ahead. You make your probation black guy jokes. There, but for the grace of God, go I. I'm going to be on probation for a little bit. So it's fine. It doesn't seem fair for me to make the joke.
It took over a year to get his dream job as a tax-exempt officer dealing with nonprofit organizations and compliance.
I wanted to serve the people.
And despite recent
Oh,
news,
fuck off. If you wanted to serve the people, you wouldn't work for the IRS. It was a good federal gig. You got awesome benefits, and you probably made a buck or two. Don't sit here. I hate that shit. Don't sit there and act like you were doing it for me, you dick.
Out hope his job would be spared.
How are you feeling?
What a dumb question. Oh, I feel great. I just got laid off from my job. It was a federal gig, so I had benefits, good pay, and nobody asked me to do a fucking thing. There was zero accountability. Then Trump wins the election and he wants results, so I have to go. I hate it. But, I want you to start guessing because we're going to come up on the big reveal in this story. We're not just following this so we can watch some poor fucking 5-month into the job IRS worker get laid off and watch him fucking cry about it. There's going to be a reveal in this story. And I want you in the chat right now to start guessing what that reveal is going to be.
Numb, confused, sad, angry, lost.
When did you get...
When I was a child, I caught a fleeting glimpse out of the corner of my eye. I turned to look, but it was gone. I could not put my finger on it. I have become comfortably numb.
The official notice, or was there an official notice?
We never got official notice.
Sir, is there a chance that you're not fired and you left your fridge open?
Got word from managers that had to be in office yesterday, and we waited there all day until maybe 12, 1 o'clock. And then it was kind of like a firing range. They lined us up, took our equipment, and sent us home.
His pride.
Now, this is all very sad, right? And the news is setting this up as a very sad story. Real bad things happening, right? Tragic. Pulls at your heartstrings, doesn't it? Well, this next part is really going to put you over the top.
And passion taken away.
Excited. I was so excited.
Just couldn't hide it.
To learn the job. I was telling my management.
Here you go, guys. Now he's crying. The tears are coming. This is the emotional high point in the story. Get ready.
I was telling my management I was going to be the best. They can count on me. And it's not like I have no say-so.
I swear to God, I didn't do anything. I didn't touch anything. I didn't hit a button. I would not. That would be such a cheap gag for me to go 2 minutes and 13 seconds into, let me plead my innocence. You know me. I'm a hack. I don't have the amount of confidence and patience it takes to wait 2 minutes and 13 seconds into a bullshit local news story to hit that button. You know what? Let's do a hand check.
They can count on me. And it's not like I have no say-so. Like they just toss you away.
Come on. If you're the news, you know the stereotype. Can't you cut that out? Can't you cut out the part where he's talking and the goddamn smoke detector goes off? Can't we get that part and just out of there? Do we have to keep it in knowing that everything you built up, everything you did around this story, the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, has just been wasted because every person who's been watching that story going, oh man, I guess, I am for all these Trump budget cuts, but I didn't realize what the human toll for all this was. You know, it's really, it really was terrible. It's a black guy and his smoke detectors are being, I got a black guy with this. What were they saying about the IRS? Fuck those people. And a black guy in the smoke. That's what you've done. And I feel like it may have been intentional. Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99 says, I was going to throw a birthday party for my daughter, but I'll tell her you need it more. J.A. becoming a baby boot member. Thank you, Jay. Become a member because tomorrow we're going to start our weekly putting whole steel. I think Tuesdays we're going to start putting steel toe best of clips up as members only from the old radio days. Thursdays we're going to put entire, since we don't have an evening show on Thursdays, we're going to put entire steel toe episodes, video from the old studio, up as members only videos. We're going to do 2 of those uploads a week, members only. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle with $4.99 says, here's $5. I was going to use it to buy my son a new wheelchair, but I guess he can drag himself across the cold, wet ground. You are gay. Thank you. Jasper with $5 says, when I was a young kid, I used to make sandcastles with my grandpa till my mom took the urn away. You see, he used his grandfather's urn to make them. It's a terrible thing. Terrible thing. Los Federales with $1 says, the worst part of going down on your grandmother is hitting the back of your head on the casket's door. While I was down there, I found this $1. You fucking pig. You complete piece of shit. Sage Retard with $1 says, as a baseball fan, I think you'll enjoy this account. Hey, welcome back, Sage. P.S. Don't eat any more cum. I've never eaten cum in my life. LOL, but seriously, it's my favorite X account. All right, man, let's check it out. Let's go to Sage and see what he brought us. This is Al Roboski, Fu Manchu, Guns N' Roses. All right.
Intimidating than a man named the Mad Hungarian. This guy would primal scream into his glove, turn around, fire a fastball over your head, then fight the guy in the on-deck circle for some reason. You throw it your fucking head, then beat your ass for trying to get out of the way.
So was Wild Thing Vaughn based on the Mad Hungarian? Because he does the same, thing at the mound and then turns around.
The Mad Hungarian doesn't take shit from anyone. Not even you, Blue. Get me a new ball. You know what? I don't like this ball either. You just chuck a ball at me? Well, then fuck you. Well, fuck both of us, I guess. They used to call this guy Al Herboski. Then he started acting like a psycho, adopted a pre-pitch routine that drove people fucking crazy. This routine took so long. Bill Madlock just decided to walk out of the box. Then when he walked back into the box, the Mad Hungarian would just repeat his entire routine over again. The two were in a stall-off. After repeating this same routine like 4 times, Madlock just walked back to the dugout. So the ump said play ball. The Mad Hungarian chucked a strike with the manager in the batter's box. Then the guy in the on-deck circle tries to hit for some reason. The Hungarian throws one right next to his fucking face, and he starts a fight with the catcher. Good. The Hungarian loves to brawl. The Hungarian is always looking for trouble. Oh, the newspaper man's got an opinion. I'm taking my shirt off and confronting you on the field. I don't care if it's on camera. I'll throw your dumb camera. I'm the
Mad Hungarian was awesome. We're going to have to cut that out later because of the Guns N' Roses music playing, but thank you very much, Sage. That is going to be a great account. I followed that one. Rated R Superstar with $1 says federal benefits are not as great as you hear, on par with private sector. Most feds are paid 27% less than the private sector. Most of them are just passionate individuals. Don't they get good, what do you call it? Pensions? My mom was a public employee. She had a great pension. She managed the kitchen, right? And she managed the high school, the whole food service program for Roseville High School. And then she retired, like before 60. She retired like 58, 59. And then for the last few years, she's been allowed to do this thing where they use her as a food district. So now she's like a food district service consultant. This is fucking crazy. This is our tax dollars at work. So my mom is like the district coordinator consultant. She helps the person running the district-wide food service program. And she can make up to like 27 grand a year and still get the full pension and benefits from the retirement program. Isn't that fucking insane? So like, I don't know, for like 4 or 5 months a year, they'll use my mom as like a coordinator or a consultant, and she'll go into work until like Christmas break every year, collect a check, and then still get her full pension. And she's like, yeah, I have to stop working around December every year. And I'm like, why do you have to stop working around December? Oh, because I'm not allowed to make any more money or they take my pension. And I was like, what a fucking sugar sweet deal. I always tell, whenever she tells me her work stories, I always, I look at her and go, well, you're welcome. She goes, what do you mean? I go, well, my taxpayer dollars. The whole thing. This entire time. Sam Show says, well, no wonder you're fat. I'm not fat. You look at all these podcasters, they're big beached whales, and you look at me, who's like 5-6 pounds overweight, and you go, oh, you're the fat guy. Fuck off. Rated R Superstar says the Jon Stewart show on budget cuts is worth a look. Jon Stewart show on... Oh, we watched a little bit of that when he cut his hand. We took a look at that today. You got to be careful with Daily Show clips. YouTube does not like that. They do not like that. 5 or 6 pounds, you delusional chunk. I'm sorry, but at my weight, at my height, you're supposed to be 215. I woke up this morning, I was 222. What do you want from me? Making speech free again. You look puffy as fuck today. Keith Sartell says your face looks fat. That's the problem. I really appreciate that you guys can help me pinpoint the problem. That's incredibly helpful. See, I didn't know that before. And because Guy Sartell let me know, now I'm aware that it's my fat face that's causing me all the issues. I can't tell you how, a lot of people don't have this in their life, and they're really missing out. Making speech free again, then goes, he's right, you've got a heavy face. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yesterday here in Minnesota, it was like 40 some degrees. I was fucking jonesing for the driving range, dude. I was jonesing for golf. I really am. My neighbor has a work trip to Las Vegas in April. And it's one of those things where I went through a divorce last year. We're finally stacking money again. Our budget is great. Everything's looking good. And it's so not the time to take a vacation because you're like, hey, man, the business is back on the upswing. Personally, you're on an upswing. You got everything put back together. I always kind of had the theory that my 2025 was going to pay for the mistakes of 2024. That's kind of the plan in life. And my neighbor he's like, oh, I got a business trip to Vegas in April. Why don't you come with? He wants to go golfing at the Wynn. And one of my bucket list things to do in golf is go to the Wynn and golf around. Now, I don't really, it's like $400 or $500 to fucking golf around there, but one time in your life, give it a shot. I just don't know if it's there's this weird guilt I feel about if I go. I just feel just give yourself some time. Be a saver. For once in your life, be a saver. Isn't that nice? Guy Sartell says you're not allowed to leave the state anyway. I am allowed to leave the state, but he is right. I do have to check in. I have to go, hey, I'm doing this. And okay, cool. Because they have to know you're not leaving, are you? Coming back. Oh, no, making speech free again. That's where I wanted to go. We are going to start charging you for these therapy sessions. Stuff like this should be a phone call with a buddy, not a segment on a pro show. How many shows you done? How many shows you done? Exactly. Das Optic Nerve says he asked you to come in April. That's awkward. No, not. Approachable says you need to make the pilgrimage to Vegas to drink and piss on the building you got married in. I mean, I'm not. It was a fun trip. It was a memorable wedding. It's not. I don't know. I think people look back on that shit and be like, I want to piss on the building. I think that shows that you've still got some like hostility, anger, and like you haven't let it go. You can't be like, I want to piss on that building and then say I've moved on. It was a good time. I compartmentalize it into the time it was. And that was a lot of fun. We had a great time every time we went. That part of my life is over. Now we're on to a new, better part of life. Life goes on. You carry on. You know? I gained a lot more than I lost. Coltrane with $1 says you can get Ozempic online now, Aaron. But on a side note, I survived my heart surgeries. Thank you, Coltrane. I appreciate it. Yeah, so no, I don't I don't think I want to go. I think I want to wait. And also, I'm not sure where I want my first vacation after all this horse shit. I don't know where I want it to be. Like, my top spots are like Nashville, Las Vegas, San Antonio. I love Texas in general. Yeah, Nashville. I'd say San Antonio, Nashville, Las Vegas are my 3 favorite places to go. So I don't know if I want Vegas to be the next place. Vegas has changed so much since the first time I went when I was like 21, 22. I don't really know if I want to go, but I know that we were doing it wrong. Like all the expensive dinners and we were playing dress up when we went. The last time we went and my friends were also there, that was kind of fun because I got to see how I was kind of fucking up my Vegas experience. April and I would go drink in the Chandelier Bar at Cosmopolitan. And we'd like tell my friends, hey, you guys want to come drink with us? And we're like, where are you? They're like, oh, we're at the Chandelier Bar in Cosmopolitan. And we're like, that's fucking gay, bro. No, we're going to be at Ballpark. Like, that's what guys are supposed to do when they're here. We're supposed to go drink at Ballpark and have some fun. I'm wearing a suit and my wife's wearing a dress and we're dressing up like people we aren't. And we're having flowery drinks inside a chandelier. And then you go, oh my God, I'm a queer. All right, let's go to 191 Redbird with $1. Biden fossil fuel workers should get new jobs where they live. Oh, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of this. I'm seeing a lot of like learn to code shit and all of that from the conservatives. When the liberals go like, Trump is firing all these federal workers and they're kind of throwing it back in their face, the whole learn to code deal. That's what happens. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I bet your mom has Peril retirement account, rule of 90. You cannot get the rule of 90 anymore. In 1992, I believe they ended the rule of 90. Oh, is that it? Okay. See, I didn't know that. I know my dad retired and he's like, fuck, I'm making more now in my pension than I was when I started working. So he's happy to just sit his ass at home and run errands. That's his thing now. And has been. My dad retired at like 50, 52. He went to work early. He got in, back in the, Jesus Christ, back in the 80s when they still had unions with pensions and stuff. 30 years in the, 30 years in the Bakers, Confectioner Workers, Tobaccos, and Grain Millers Union, I believe is what the union was called. And when you had 30 years in, you could get your full pension. And he went to work. He didn't go to college or anything. He retired at like 50, 52. He was done. I mean, I know I was out of the house, but I wasn't out of the house for very long. I was out of the house at 19. I think he was retired within the next 3 years. Sam with $2 says, look Looks like fun, Aaron. Oh, boy. PiranhaVegas.com. All right, let's go take a look. What did Sam send me? PiranhaVegas.com. What is it? Piranha Nightclub. Oh, it's gays. That's all gay. That's gay. Come on with the gay. I'm not gay. No gay. I'm good. I don't need to go to Piranha Nightclub. Thank you very much. All right. Approachable has a clip. Here we go. Keith Sartell says, I'll retire at 55 with a small pension, but $2 million in my 401k. Nice. Fucking nice. Take that $2 million. You invest it right. What's a good year? 8%? I think that's what I've always been told. So you take that $2 million, you get yourself a nice 8%. You're making $160,000 a year on the interest. And then take your small pension. That's a nice little living during retirement. Add a kid. All right, let's go on and go to the next thing. This clip from Mr. Approachable. What did I say now? 105 away from today's goal. Holy shit. Thank you guys very much. 105 is the number. If you'd like to contribute, the links are right there in the chat. You guys are doing great. Don't let me stop you. Here we go. Approachable with a clip. Any more cum? I've never eaten cum in my life. LOL, but seriously, it's my favorite. Any more cum? I see now that's just a factual statement. Thank you, Approachable. I appreciate you cutting out a factual statement. I appreciate it. I saw this, every year here in Minnesota, we wait with bated breath for the State Fair grandstand to come on. Oh, wait, I got a text from an audience member. Why the hell did I get muted? Uh-oh. Rusty, what'd you do? Hey, whoever sent me that text, send me another text telling me what your YouTube name is, and then maybe Rusty will be able to tell us. I'll go before our review board and see why Rusty banned you. And maybe we'll be able to figure it out because, 99% of the people who ask why they got banned were being a cunt. But they also just needed to be told they were a cunt. They didn't know. And then they're fine after that. So every year we wait for the State Fair grandstand schedule to come out. And we're like, oh, boy, am I going to the State Fair and then hanging out there all day, drinking beer all day, and then going to a fun concert at the grandstand? This could be a great Friday or Saturday, whole day experience. Prepare to have the wind taken out of your sail. Now, if you're watching this and you're not from Minnesota and you go, Aaron, this is the gayest thing ever, you guys get excited about the State Fair. Look, first of all, we're simple Midwestern folk. Second of all, we have, by many people's accounts, the best state fair in the country. It's the biggest and baddest state fair. There's three that they always talk about: Texas, Iowa, Minnesota. Ours is sometimes called the best. The grandstand that they're putting together this year, I don't know if there's anyone still left alive to watch these acts. The Turtles, Jay and the Americans, Little Anthony, and Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. Were Tommy James and the Shondells busy? Could we not get Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons? I know Roberta Flack just died, so we missed out on that booking. Holy shit, Christ, monkey balls, is this terrible. The Turtles? The Vogues? The Cowsills? What the asshole? It's a 6-band lineup that combines for 55 Billboard Top 40 hits across their decades of performing. I don't give a shit. When was their last Top 40 hit? They first appeared on the grandstand stage in 1998. This is the 10th time they'll be part of the grandstand lineup. All right, what the shit? What's the... It's the fourth show announced for the 2025 grandstand, following announcements for Old Dominion, Melissa Etheridge and Indigo Girls, And Def Leppard. Oh, a bunch of rockheads will like that one. I don't give a fuck. I don't mind Def Leppard. There's like 2 or 3 Def Leppard songs. And what is it? Hysteria. That's Def Leppard, right? And Rock of Ages. There you go. But I wouldn't pay money to see Def Leppard. Fuck, I probably don't even have any Def Leppard in my Amazon. Too much Eric Church, don't you know? Oh, Chevy fan in Rumble got muted? Oh, well, Chevy fan, I can see why somebody muted you on Rumble. You are a fucking asshole sometimes, and I don't think you're aware of what a cunt you are. So I can see someone mistakenly, giving you the business. Why don't I do this? I like Chevy fan. I can understand why somebody muted you because you're a fucking asshole. But I don't think you're a bad dude. I don't actually see you on the muted list. Oh, there you are. When did somebody do it? Today. Oh shit. Chevy fan got muted today. What did you do? Chevy fan, I don't know. Whoever banned Chevy fan, let me know what he did. Eaton Clam says you did it last week. No, I didn't. This was today. Metal Mouth says great bands across the board. Shit I grew up with. Oh, God. See, I think the Ledge Amphitheater in St. Cloud has been cranking out better shows for this summer. Ledge Amphitheater schedule. They've come out with some really good. This is the concert venue in Waite Park. Check this shit out, man. Alison Krauss in the Union Station. Now, I'm not a fan, but that's a nice one. ZZ Top. Controversial. I'd rather watch ZZ Top than Def Leppard. Chicago. I know a lot of people like Chicago. I could give a flying fuck about Chicago, but people love them. Bare Naked Ladies. Look, it's not for me. I do like one Bare Naked Ladies song, but people fucking love them too. Justin Moore and Joe Nichols, asshole. I'm going to that one. I'll be there. Warren Zeters. A lot of people like this Warren Zeters guy. I don't know who he is. And then Darius Cunt Fuck Rucker. I know that's not his real name, but Darius Rucker at the Ledge Amphitheater. Sign me up. I'm in. My first honeymoon, I went and saw Darius Rucker at the Opry in Nashville. That was fun. They asked him to join the Grand Ole Opry that night. Brad Paisley was there. Rainbow Kitten Surprise. All right, that's fucking gay. That's a fall off right there. Slightly Stupid. That's gay. Earth, Wind, and Fire. I did not know they were still alive. That would be fucking cool to go to. Goo Goo Dolls with Dashboard Confessional. Ugh. Bonnie Raitt. I love something to talk about. I'm sorry. Ledge Amphitheater's got a better lineup than the State Fair so far. I got to go with the Ledge Amphitheater so far. Mr. Approachable with $1 says, so you're saying it's a factual statement when you said eating cum is your... I caught myself. I see what you were trying to do. That was a chick swing. I held up. I held up on that one. Ace with $1.99 says, dude, I've been blocked for the last 20 minutes. No, you're not, Ace. You cannot be blocked and continuously send super chats. It's not possible. Ace is like that guy. One of my favorite episodes of Scrubs, they had a patient there who kept pretending he was dead. Like he would follow the doctors around and he would tell them he was dead and he was watching. They're like, no, you're not dead, dude. That's kind of where I'm at with Ace right now. Oh, look at this. Look at that. What a guy. I'm going to take a look at this. Take a look at this email here a little bit later today. Thank you. All right. We are about $100 away from knocking out today's goal and being one step closer to a perfect week. All right, so the Turtles are coming to the State Fairgrounds. Awesome. Great. I'll skip that day. I got nothing to go to the State Fair. I love going to the State Fair, man. That's one of my favorite days of the year. My buddy Donnie and I, we just go there, just drink, have a great time. He got a little too hammered this year. He was getting kind of belligerent. We went to one of the bars, the saloon bar, and Donnie he's a Navy veteran. He's a Navy officer. And courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue by Toby Keith came on at the saloon bar. And he had to stay because all the military guys were excited. And he went over to this table of Mexicans and was singing Toby Keith with them. And he bought all these Mexicans a round of beers. And like, we went to get him some food. We went to a food truck, a food stand. And we got Donnie some food. We gave it to him. He looked at us like we just asked him to murder his firstborn. He's like, get that the fuck out of here. I'm like, sorry, dude. I wake up the next day. I get a text from Donnie. He's like, hey, bro, I just need to know, did I buy a bunch of Mexicans a beer last night? I'm like, yes, you did. So it's my favorite part of the year, but as you get older, your ability to handle the beverage. Oh, he also kept, my buddy Donnie at the State Fair last year kept bumming vapes off black dudes. He was jonesing for tobacco. And I think he was trying to quit, so he didn't have any vapes or chew or anything like that on him. So he kept running into black dudes who had vapes. And he's like, yo, man, can I get a hit off your vape? And Donnie would just be standing there with these random black dudes just hitting vapes while we're trying to walk around the State Fair. He's just, I guess, you know what? The year before that, we broke off from the wives. I had a wife at the time. We broke off from the wives, and my buddy Donnie and I went to Giggles Campfire Grill, and we were bombed. I mean, this was around sunset, and there was a band up at Giggles, and everybody sitting at Giggles was having a good time listening to the band, and they played like 2 or 3 Tom Petty songs back to back, and we started booing them because we felt they should play something different other than Tom Petty. So we start yelling "Freebird." We're acting like assholes. Finally, this table full of 3 ladies with like mom bob haircuts just turn around and go, shut the hell up, you drunks. They're a Tom Petty tribute band. Everybody started applauding. And we're like, oh, sorry. I'll just sit here and drink my s'mores beer. You see, the s'mores beer is it's a chocolatey kind of a beer with a graham cracker crust around it and a marshmallow in the beer. It's you should try it sometime. I know a lot of you are looking at me right now going, you're a homosexual. A fine beer. A fine beer. It's really good. And I don't think I'm going to catch any shit for saying that. Would it be bad if I told you that I had 2 or 3 of the s'mores beers that year? And then, of course, our night at the State Fair 2 years ago ended great. There was a shooting as we were leaving. We heard gunshots as we were getting in an Uber. What a great time. What a great time. Sam Show says you should have booed them again. Yeah, we annoyed the shit out of everyone. I can't drink. What am I going to tell you? We got the Tiffany Henyard news. Guys, it's official. An era in American politics not soon to be forgotten. Tiffany Henyard is officially out as the mayor of Dolton, Illinois. She will serve out the rest of her term unless they throw her in fucking prison first. But she lost the primary. And guys, I tell you what, man, she lost that primary in a squeaker. I mean, it was a squeaker she lost in. Here we go.
Breaking news as we come on the air tonight.
Whoa. Keep that shit behind the scenes. Coming on the air, that'll get you in trouble. I mean, wait until the kiss. Even she's even looking at him like, you're doing what on the air? Jesus Christ. You got to stop reading those Tantra books.
It appears Tiffany Henyard is out. Thanks for joining us. I'm Scott Schneider.
I'm Dawn Hasbrook. Our Dane Placco has been the leader in breaking news on all of the Dalton drama. Dane, this sounds like a shocker.
We got Coming. We got shockers. These people are repressed. By the way, brave choice sending the oldest, whitest, malest reporter you have to the Tiffany Henyard primary.
Yeah, Tiffany Henyard didn't just lose tonight. You might call this a political annihilation. Her opponent
That's never. You never want to. You got to remember these candidates watch news returns on the election. You never want to tune in and go, not only did she lose, it was a political annihilation. I mean, have you seen that scene in American History X where that colored fella gets the back of his head stomped in against a curb? That's what happened to Tiffany Henyard's political career tonight. Her opponent yelled, "Did you ever shoot at a fireman?" and then stomped the back of her head in.
Jason House getting a 7-1 margin on over her tonight. House with 87.9% of the 4,400 votes cast here today. Henyard getting just 12% of the vote. Those numbers came in.
I need to ask a question. Who the fuck are those 12%? We need to go find these people and talk to them. This woman has stolen all of your money. She stole it. When she came into office, your town had $3 million just squirreled away. Pothole randomly in the middle of the street. Don't worry, plenty of money to fix it. Now, in 4 years, you guys are $2 million in the hole. If you want to fix that pothole, you got to borrow it at interest. And 12% of you went, nah, you know what? I'd still like to see her as mayor of Dalton.
In fast this evening, sparking a huge celebration here at House's campaign headquarters.
Oh, shit, we getting pregnant and never seeing the daddy again tonight. Yeah.
An explosion of cheers and emotion tonight as the numbers started coming in, showing Jason House and his slate winning in a landslide. Some people even started dancing. Tonight's election.
Well, I mean, never mind.
Effectively signals the end of the 4-year tumultuous term of Mayor Tiffany Henyard, who garnered national attention for her lavish spending.
Look at all the bullet holes in that water tower. That's terrible. You know what the crazy part is? They were all aiming at this business right here.
Perks and questionable contracts, all of which are now at the center of an FBI investigation. Now, the past few months in Dalton have been
Hey, look, 2 clips, 2 stereotypes. Yay, Dalton.
Political chaos with canceled meetings, a no-show mayor, even a fist fight at the Thornton Township meeting where Henyard is also the elected supervisor.
Now, that's the other thing. You're getting rid of her as the mayor of Dalton, Illinois. She's still the supervisor of the county. So she's still keeping that gig, at least for a little bit.
House telling the crowd tonight that Dalton's nightmare is finally over.
We faced 4 years of intimidation, 4 years of failure, and tonight is the new day for the community as a whole.
All right, calm down, dude. You could have run a legless retard, drooling all over himself, and he would have won. All right? You still have to do a good job. That's the thing. Hey, I'm the guy who beat Tiffany Henyard. Yeah, you know what? That's the fun part. You know what the shitty part is? Being the guy who has to govern after Tiffany Henyard.
We have suffered for 4 years, and now victory. We are claiming victory today is ours.
I mean, you could argue free at last, thank God Almighty we're free at last. You could say swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. You could say wade in the water. Wade in the water, children.
Henyard is out. We dancing all night, y'all, all night. We so happy.
Then you go to that lady. When are you going to get to work on fixing the city's problems? What? We dancing right now, yo.
Now, we've not been able to track down Tiffany Henyard yet tonight. She was not telling anybody earlier where she was holding her campaign event. She's
holding her campaign event in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Bellagio's poker room, which they've rented out completely. No word on if this is coming out of the Dalton City Fund. But we'll be talking with her hopefully later tonight. I mean, what's to stop her until she's gone from like totally burning this shit to the ground? Unless, wait, they've locked her out of like the credit cards and shit, or maybe they haven't. I thought they did.
low, but we did talk to her earlier today as she cast her vote at a nearby school. Here's what she had to say around 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Fuck y'all ungrateful bitches, and y'all can suck my pussy lips. How about that?
Don't win, what are you going to do?
I might run for something bigger. You never know. We're not going to talk about that till we get the results, but I am confident that I will have a landslide this evening.
Hey, y'all, whether I win or whether I lose, I know what I'm doing next. Going to federal prison. That's what I was planning to do if I win or if I lose. Go to the same jail that they put Bernie Madoff's in.
Do love me despite fake news not showing the good that I do in the community, because I do a ton of good, but y'all just painted me as bad news for 4 years.
Right. I watched her. She would hand out water bottles to citizens surrounded by off-duty cops whose overtime was paid for by their tax dollars. But they got a bottle of water. My city got fucked by Tiffany Henyard, and all I got was this Evian bottle.
So not only did Jason House win, but also his backed clerk and 3 of the trustees, which means there will be almost a full slate of new trustees on the Dalton Village Board that are supporting Jason House. A huge political shakeup here in Dalton tonight. This is the primary election. There is a general election still with an independent candidate running against House on April 1st, but for all practical purposes, here in a very blue suburb, it is the general election as well. Live.
Yeah. They got one independent who's like, a sewer main broke by his house 6 months ago. So he's like, I'm going to show this city a thing or two. He'll say something anti-Semitic and that'll all be over. So now you got this new guy in there. Tiffany Henyard's out. No more shenanigans. No more holding up the government. No more your little village being a fucking embarrassment. I don't really see Tiffany Henyard, though. I don't see her making some Nixonian or Trumpian political comeback. I would love to see this guy's dismount from this story. If you'll excuse me, guys, I'm now going to get to a neighborhood where I can put my wallet back in my back pocket. Back to you. King Kong Dong says, with $1, says, you can call Aaron gay, but the s'mores beer is top notch. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the s'mores beer at the state fair is not to be slept on. Eaton Clam says she's twerking on police cars somewhere. Well, everybody lets off steam. Eaton Clam says this is the part of the movie where she finds God in prison. No. You know how this works. She finds Allah in prison. MSO says, I heard she became a waitress at Stoney's. Hey. Tiffany Henyard wouldn't cut it as a bartender or a server at Stoney's. No way, no how. Plus, you can't trust her around the till. Let's be honest. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Right there. Go see Cheetos and the gang. It's Wednesday. That means tomorrow is Thirsty Thursdays, $2.50 beer night at Stoney's in downtown Rockville on Broadway. Also, every single weekend, they have great bands, awesome entertainment, live music every single weekend. That's where the party's at. And then the weather's getting a little warmer pretty soon. Before you know it, that outdoor space is going to open. Calling it a patio doesn't do it justice. So much bigger than that. Plus, you have the outdoor bar, Stoney's Garage. Bike night is going to be back soon. Hot shit. You got to make it out to Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Right there on Broadway. There's only one. Stoney's. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. They want to thank everyone who took part in their Big Glock sale. Big Glock sale. They said that a bunch of Steel Toe listeners cleaned them out. It was going to run until the end of the month or while supplies last. It ended up being the while supplies last thing. With a week left in the shortest month of the year, you guys cleaned them out of the special. So thank you very much. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. That's MidlandArmory.com. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. You need the best. You need them quick. You need them for any kind of vehicle there is. You need All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. 191 Redbird with $1. Thank you, buddy. Oh, I'm sorry. I put the wrong number up there. 100 even away from today's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. You have been crushing it today. Just a little bit more, and we've got ourselves knocked out. And then basically just one goal left. I mean, the evening show tonight, they've got it down to like half of what it normally is, so they're crushing it. We're $100 away from today. We are cruising. The first part of the week, little tight. Second part of the week, plus the evening shows, cruising. Knock out that last 100, and it looks like another perfect week for the tow. Making speech free again. I don't understand. You're a big fan of the show. You kind of seem like you're getting a little bitter, buddy. I don't want to cut you loose, but like you just seem like you're getting bitter and negative, and you're like upset that we're doing well. You're upset that we're knocking out goals and that it's been dropping down today. I don't understand it, pal. You okay? Do you need to dedicate some time to this? Because I go in the chat and everyone's having a great time, and then I go to you and you're just kind of a sourpuss. What did I do to you, buddy? What did I do? Making speech free again. All right, well, guys, look, do not donate against making speech free again's wishes. He doesn't like that. Ryan the Garbage Man with $1 over on PayPal says, what's a cowsill? I don't fucking know. I barely know Jay and the Americans. I barely know the Turtles. I don't know what the hell a cowsill is. All right, let's go on. We got Adam Simon gifting a membership. Thank you so much, buddy. Adam Simon is now at 105 and still hanging in there. In third place, Adam Simon is now past good old JR. Oh, wait, no, because we got Gray Duckling in there, too. Hold on a minute. Steven at 290. Gray Duckling at 199, Ace at 166, and Adam Simon at 105. There we go. Doom wants me to buzz the hair. Now, Doom, I'm going to hang in there. I'm going to hang in there with the hair. I'm going to keep it for a little while longer. I'm sorry that it upsets you, but I'm going to keep the hair for a little while longer. All right, continuing on. Oh, shit, we had a link that somebody threw in there. Redbird. There we go. Let's get to Redbird's clip. Approachable with $1. Says, I've been on your ass to get back to old school steel toe. Today feels old school, about 45 minutes with no actual story, just bullshitting and having fun while the money flows in. Smooth. Best day of the week so far. Wow. Don't make free speech or making speech free again mad. He's going to get upset. You're going to make the kid mad. I don't want to see the kid get mad. Oh, Jesus. Is this true? This is not who MSNBC is I don't believe you. I don't believe you that MSNBC has hired this person. I don't know who this is. I don't know what. I gotta search this. MSNBC newest anchor. Non-white anchors out after Joy Reid for. Yeah, that's the story they're going with, is they fired all the blacks. Is MSNBC purging pro-Palestinian anchors? Probably. I don't know who this guy is. I don't see any news about him. I know that he looks like a fucking creepazoid. Doom says that fag can party. Oh, boy. Oh, look at this. People in the chat are saying making speech free again. Quit being a dick. Wow, a lot of animosity happening in the Steel Toe Rumble chat. Oh, my goodness, guys. I have to let you know, I abhor this kind of ugliness. This is absolutely terrible. In no way do I use things like making speech free against hostility for my own entertainment. I would never say I'm doing that. I just can't believe all the conflict I'm seeing in this Rumble chat. It just, it shreds my poor heart. Metal Mouth also says, I honestly don't give a fuck if he gets pissed at me. Oh, shit. Wow. He doesn't care if making speech free again gets pissed at him. Making speech free again, you have made yourself an enemy, sir. Whew. Things are about to get tense. Good thing we're going to this Kristi Noem clip now, because confrontation makes me skittish, to be honest. Kristi Noem, the new head of the Department of Homeland Security, has found out who the leakers of these ICE raids were. I don't know if you heard about this, but these ICE raids, some of them were being basically preempted or forewarned of. ICE would get there and they're like, nobody knows we're coming. We're going to round up a bunch of criminal illegals. We're going to get the stats up. And they get there and nobody would be there, or there wouldn't be as many people there as originally thought. And then what happened was they found out that somebody somewhere inside the government is leaking information to the local authorities and the local politicians, because they're sanctuary cities, and they're giving them a heads up. Well, Kristi Noem was on the case, and in a rare case of government efficiency, they figured out the problem, and it looks like they've solved it. This is the lovely and beautiful and talented Kristi Noem. You know, I hate to be a simp. I hate to be a sucker, but it is nice to see a government that we have now where there's attractive women. You know, you got Tulsi Gabbard, you got Kristi Noem, you got Nancy Mace in Congress talking some shit. Caitlin Leavitt, Pam Bondi. You just turn on the TV, and it's either autistic Elon going, we found another $180 billion, or however that fucking South African accent is weird. I don't trust it. It's either him just autistically knocking out tens of billions of dollars of government spending, or you just have a beautiful lady telling you things you like to hear. You know, we're going to release the Epstein list. The JFK files are coming out. We found the leakers. I'll jerk you off for a 5 spot. You know, all of these things that come out of their mouth that make you feel good. You know, like Caitlin Leavitt comes out, and you watch TV and you swear to God, you just heard her say, you know, it's a good size. You know that, right? And you just feel nice that these girls in the Trump administration are making you feel better again. Here's Kristi Noem from the Department of Homeland Security with some good news on those filthy, dirty, unpatriotic leakers.
I have found some leakers. We are continuing to get more. They will be fired. There will be consequences. And remember, when they leak information to the press in order to blow an op, they are putting law enforcement lives in jeopardy. They are risking their lives and putting their families in the position where they'll have to live without those individuals any further.
Oh, come on, Kristi. Aren't you exaggerating a little? I mean, they're just making raids on apartment buildings that are controlled by Venezuelan gang members and cartel members. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? They get riddled with bullets from automatic gunfire? I mean, it's a real shithead move to give a heads up. I mean, this is that liberal delusion that they think these people that ICE is raiding and rounding up are just poor, innocent Mexicans sleeping 10 to a 2-bedroom apartment while they all work 2 jobs a day and are just trying to live the American dream. No, to quote John Goodman in Red State, these are big, bad eggs. These are criminals. These are people with records. These are gangbangers. They're not clearing out the farm workers right now. They're going after the A1 top level bad motherfuckers. That's who they're going to get right now. And they're doing a great job. But if you give the local government there a heads up and you tell them that they're on their way, you put these agents, like I said, they're not just, these lefties think that they're raiding children and women and families and breaking them up. No, they're going in there and they're confronting dangerous people that you need to take by surprise. So when you give them a warning, you're putting federal officers' lives at risk. She's right. And apparently what I'm hearing is, and maybe she'll address it in this clip, what I've read is that it was someone inside the fucking FBI that was leaking this. So Cash, Bongino, get him. Waterboard his ass.
Further. So you bet we have used every tactic that we have. If you remember, we talked just last week about how I'm using polygraphs to go after and to really interview these folks because we are a national security agency. I have that tool I can use. Also looking at their emails, looking at their communications, and it's amazing.
Holy shit, Rekieta should get a job with DHS. He was born for it.
How these bureaucrats who have an agenda to stop the work that we're doing to bring safety to America, how they will sell each other down the river if it's just to protect themselves. So don't worry, I am doing everything to find these leakers and to get rid of them so that we can do our work and our law enforcement officers and agents can do it safely.
I mean, imagine that, like, your politics dictates that you've got to make an immigration raid more difficult for the boots on the ground and potentially put those people's lives in jeopardy. Why? Because you don't like Donald Trump's policies. Then fucking quit. You know, I at least have a little respect for that IRS. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but the head of the IRS out. He's quitting. In the middle of tax season, he's stepping down. I think all these guys have been doing criminal shit for Joe Biden. I really do. I think they've been doing the worst of the worst. They know that Trump's going to start looking into it, and they want to be miles down the road. This is them getting a head start before he finds out whatever it is he's going to find out. I think that we're going to I mean, we already know that the Biden administration was one of the most crooked ever. I mean, my God, what, half dozen or so pre-pardons? His son, his brother, his in-law. I mean, all kinds of people who were making Burisma money, giving them preemptive decade-long pardons. Fauci with his pardon. Liz Cheney, Adam Schiff. I mean, you don't pardon someone because they were totally doing everything above board, especially pre-pardons before they're even charged with something. Good news is they can't plead the fifth anymore, so we can't investigate them. Just really can't do anything to them. But, like, just leave. If you hate it that much, no, we're going to fight from the inside. All right, root them out and then get them the hell out of there. And charge them with something. Throw them in jail. You're putting people's lives in danger. I mean, it's borderline treason, really. I mean, you're informing on law enforcement agents, basically. I mean, if officials, law enforcement officials. This isn't. I mean, it's. I don't know. In my opinion, it's kind of a big deal. And then you got the IRS guy. He's stepping down. What the hell was he doing? What was the Biden administration telling that guy to do? It's worth looking into, but a lot of these guys are just trying to get the hell out of Dodge before the headsman's axe comes swinging down on them. Making speech free again says they can 100% still plead the fifth. You might want to look into that. You might want to look into that because if you're pardoned for certain crimes, the only reason you can plead the fifth is to avoid self-incrimination. If you're pardoned, you can't self-incriminate. I don't believe they can plead the fifth anymore. If you're pardoned, can you plead the fifth? This is easy to look up instead of arguing. No, there you go. No, you cannot plead the Fifth Amendment after being pardoned for a federal crime. A pardon removes the threat of incrimination for the pardon defense. So Fauci, Hunter Biden, James Biden, Schiff, Liz Cheney, all these people, they cannot plead the fifth. I'm sorry, making speech free again, but you're wrong. That is, as they say, that's a fact, Jack. I like making free speech or making speech free again. He just instead of fighting on, so many people on the internet, they fight on after they've been, proven wrong. Making speech free again, my favorite kind of person. He goes, well, hot damn, that's amazing. That's my favorite thing to do. It disarms people so much. Like they're ready to fight you. They're ready, yeah, I'm going to fucking get you. And you go, no shit, well, I guess I'm wrong. Like, hey, wait a minute. You're not supposed to say you're wrong. You're supposed to fight with me. I need my dopamine rush. Why would I fight with you? I look like a fucking stupid asshole. I'm incorrect on this particular issue. So no, the Fifth Amendment thing, that's why I want them to investigate all these guys. I mean, because I never thought they were going to be thrown in prison anyway. So in a way, them getting pardoned is better for what I want. I just want these assholes on record, and I want them to have to address what they did. Fauci going to prison, that really doesn't do anything for me. He's like 80 anyway. He ain't got that much time left. I just want to see him publicly humiliated for all the bullshit he put everyone through. Let's go back to Minnesota. People have been fascinated by this story. It is Somali corruption through and through. And I'm telling you right now, our government and our media is covering for the Somalis big time on this Feeding Our Future scandal and the daycare scandal. I saw a story yesterday, and I'm about to play it for you now. They are going full white savior on this thing. These poor Somalis, they were tricked into all this welfare fraud. They were tricked into all this SNAP fraud and all this daycare money fraud. They were tricked into it by this white angel lady. It's this Kristen Bach. She's the problem. She led these poor defenseless Somalis into this illegal activity, and they had no idea. I mean, which if you ask me is like more racist than just saying, wow, these Somalis really came to this country and fucking tipped us upside down like a piggy bank, didn't they? Shook us pretty good. I mean, that's at least implies some intelligence to pull off a scam. The Democrats and the lefty position is, oh, you know, these Somalis are too retarded to think of this on their own. They were just led around by the nose by some white chick. I mean, that to me, that's more insulting. They're too stupid to pull this off. Let's go ahead and check this out. This is the latest. If you don't know what the Feeding Our Future scam is, so there's this federal program that if you have a restaurant or a facility that feeds a bunch of kids every day, a bunch of underprivileged kids, the federal government will give you SNAP funds. They'll give you welfare funds, food stamps, basically. And what this Kristen Bach and all these Somali restaurant owners did was they started logging breakfasts and lunches and dinners for people they weren't serving. One shitty hole in the wall called the Safari Restaurant in Minneapolis said it was feeding 4,000 children per day. 4,000 kids per day. And this was happening all over Minnesota. It's just one example where millions of dollars were funneled through. And then Kristen Bach and the restaurant owners would split the money, getting filthy fucking rich off of this. And then in Minnesota, the distribution centers where they ran this fraud out of were in like a handful of towns. St. Paul, St. Cloud, Shakopee, Wilmer. Do you know, and Minneapolis, do you know what those towns have in common here in Minnesota? I'm going to let you guys guess. I know the Rumble chat's a little behind. What do those towns have in common population-wise? Shakopee, Wilmer, St. Cloud, and the two Twin Cities. No, not guillotines. That's not. None of our cities have guillotines. Well, Chevy fan, I wouldn't say, Jesus, Sam, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have thrown this one to you guys. Maybe that's not the way I would have put it. No, I wouldn't say that. Somalis, they all have, let me do it then. Fine. They all have large Somali populations. Sam Show goes, well, you asked. All right, well, fair enough. I probably have to own that one. So now the defense of these Somali business owners who knew, like, saying that the Somali business owners were tricked and hoodwinked by this white devil, that implies that these Somali restaurant owners were like, oh, yes, we are serving 4,000 children a day. They knew they weren't serving 4,000 children a day. They were fucking dirty, crooked, and in on it too. Here in St. Cloud, like, I'm worried because the city of St. Cloud, like, especially the government apparatus, is becoming so fucking liberal and kind of anti-white dudes that, like, there will be widespread welfare fraud in the Somali community. They will not touch it. They will not talk about it until the feds come in or the state government comes in. And they're like, you got to do something about this. Our city government here and our county government does not want to touch it because they don't want to look racist. They're all about justice until it's, well, their skin's a little dark and they're Somalis. We don't want people to get the wrong idea. I mean, fuck the taxpayer and the fact they're being ripped off. But there was a guy who ran a Somali grocery store a year or so ago. And he was buying people's food stamps off of them at a discount. He was giving them cash, turning it into cash. And then he'd take the food stamps, he'd turn them into the federal government, and his business would get a nice kickback, a nice check. So he'd make 20% on his food stamps. Really dirty move, terrible welfare fraud. And they caught him. And it makes me wonder, I look at this Feeding Our Families program. I look at the daycare program. I look at what that guy did here in St. Cloud, and I'm like, this seems to be systemic. We like to use that word when it's white people. We like to use the word systemic. When it's anybody but white people, we don't like to use the word systemic. But in the Somali community, this kind of fraud seems to be systemic. It's interesting. I think it should be looked into. We just end up stumbling on it, and we only enforce the ones that are so fucking obvious that it would be embarrassing if we didn't. So here's the latest on the Feeding Our Future scandal. Don't worry, guys. This isn't a problem going on in the Somali community. It's just these damn whiteys.
Of Amy Bach wrapped for the day. The jury heard opening statements in the latest Feeding Our Future fraud trial. Bach is the alleged mastermind behind the scheme to defraud taxpayers of hundreds of millions of dollars.
See, guys, she's the mastermind. All these Somalis, they were just poor. Oh, they were just following this mastermind, Amy Bach. Easy. She's a fucking bureaucrat. Let's not throw around the word mastermind too easily. I mean, I love how they take away all agency from the Somali community. This Amy Bach goes, hey, why don't we fudge the numbers on how many people you're serving, and then we'll split the money we get from the government. And the Somali business owners went, that sounds great. That is an awesome deal. Let's rip off the taxpayers. Fuck them. Like, you both had to come to this conclusion together. You weren't some mastermind tricking people. You and these business owners were partners in this whole deal.
Through a child nutrition program. Lou Raguse was in the courtroom today. He joins us now with details on how...
I hear he's loose. Lou Raguse is loose. Drinking gin and juice. Chewing some snooze. Oh, he got a shot to protect against the flus. I'll stop this bit because I look like a real stupid poos. I gotta go, guys. These jokes are so shitty. I gotta go drop a deuce. Oh my God. Making you guys cringe at these jokes really makes me feel like I'm in control. I feel as powerful as Zeus. I feel like I'm not doing a very good job at entertaining all of yous. I'm just going through the alphabet. For her age, that reporter's a good piece of coos. Oh, I was watching a clip from NXT on Twitter yesterday. You know who wrestled last night? Moose. If I make any more of these jokes, my audience is going to go ahead and find me, round me up, and make a noose. I tell you what, this scam they were running was a pretty clever ruse. I got to be honest with you. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop doing the show today, but I know at some point I'm going to have to go to the grocery store, which means I'll have to put on my shoes. You guys at this point don't even want me to do shows anymore. I might as well go on a cruise. You know what I heard? Sam's show really hates juice. I'm so happy. Rusty Grammer says, you sound like Dr. Seuss. Oh, Honky has great news for us. He says, in other news, Russia and Ukraine are in a truce. That is great. Nomo says, someone needs a kick in the caboose. Dead Game says, all right, pull up. Fuck you, dude. The nose is too far down. You know what's cooked? Our goose. Come on, go fuck yourself. Cocktiff writes, Crampa Bay, abort. We're only $100 away from today's goal. I think this is the bit that's going to push us over the top. All right, I think... Ryan the Garbage Man wants to know why I'm being so obtuse. Sam Show says there's a Mexican girl on this plane, and we're going for fireballs. That's goddamn right. You know, this whole bit started, we were going to talk about Somali fraud, waste, and abuse. Waste, fraud, and oh. Honky says April was once a wife, now she's a floose. Now that's... Butt Cheese says Mia Khalifa's pussy is the color chartreuse. I'm having too much fun. Nomo says, I like my trees spruce. I think chartreuse was the most creative one so far. I'm a little mad I didn't come up with that. Grand Poobah with $5 says, things keep going this way and you'll be carving Brooks was here before tying a noose. Thank you. $95 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. Keep it going. All right, guys. Why don't we go back to this? Well, let's go back to the story. I honestly think we've done enough. I think that's probably good. $95 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Okay, here we go. Back to the... These poor Somalis were just led astray by this evil, terrible white lady.
Each side is presenting their argument. Lou?
The prosecution told the jury that Amy Bach got money, power, and adoration while facilitating fraud as executive director of Feeding Our Future. Bach's attorney told the jury.
So all the Feeding Our Future lady did was go to these... She probably went to a bunch of different restaurants and went, hey, you want to commit this fraud? And they were like, no, we're a respectable business. She went to the Somali community, and all she kept finding were takers. They were like, yes, absolutely, we will do this. You can just get us free money from the government. It's like Matthew Lesko showed up in his exclamation point suit, and they were like, we have been waiting for your arrival, white angel.
That Bach was lied to, that she tried to stop the fraud, and now she's being scapegoated.
Oh, fuck you, too. I hate this is a, what do they call this, a hate? This is a hate for sure. Shut up, white lady. Oh, God. Every minority in this story playing victim. I'm sorry, but all you're proving is that you're just as good as white people at ripping off taxpayers. Welcome to the club. We should be celebrating this. This shows equality. This shows racial equity. Everybody's ripping off the taxpayers. It ain't just white men. White ladies are getting involved. Somalis are getting involved. Time to just throw up your hands and go, you got me. But no, the Somalis say, me stupid, me too dumb, me just get here yesterday, me tricked by white lady. The white lady's going, I'm just the poor innocent scapegoat. This is the meme of the white girl sitting on the couch around the scary black men. They were all just trying to fuck me out of my job. I tried to get them to stop defrauding the program I was running. Well, then you know what you had to do? Not turn in the fucking numbers and report it. I love this. She's in charge of the fucking program, and she's like, I tried to make them stop, but they just wouldn't. I tried to get people to stop doing something once. They wouldn't. So you know what I had to do? I had to fuck off and leave. You don't sit there and keep running the scam. God, everybody in this story is just trying to go, oh, yeah, we just, boy, I tell you, it's... You know, the damnedest thing. None of us wanted to do this, but so-and-so made us do it.
In the prosecution's opening statement in the big Feeding Our Future meal fraud case, Assistant U.S. Attorney
Alex Stein? What the fuck? Or was he there as Charlie Kurt?
And Bobier told the jury at the head of this scheme was Amy Bach. She got to decide who got to be in the scheme and who did not. She was the gatekeeper. Bobier said Bach was motivated to...
Oh, yeah, and she was real discriminatory, right? I'm sure she told a lot of people no. No, they were all working on it together. Come on.
Fraud the federal child nutrition program for money because the nonprofit Feeding Our Future kept 10% of all the meal site's claims. And he said Bach used the account as a personal slush fund.
Well, wait a minute. So she only kept 10%? So these Somali restaurants who never cranked out a dime of product got that 90%. That's a 90% profit that they made. Well, 100% profit because they never made any food. So the Somali business owners got to keep 90% of the money and she only took 10. That doesn't sound like she's the mastermind.
In addition to funneling $1 million to her boyfriend's account.
Nice.
In addition, he said Bach enjoyed the power she had and the adoration she received from her alleged co-conspirators.
Aw, she's such a hero. She's feeding the children. Not a lot of talk about how some kids might have starved to death too in this whole deal. Oh, this food program provides vegetables and protein and all of this stuff. Fuck you, kid. Go pick up some Takis. We got defrauding to do.
She was relentless. She didn't just facilitate the fraud, she fought for it. When MDE raised concerns...
$1 Million Extreme? Sam Hyde is the hero in all this? He's the one who said, hey, I think you're fucking over all these starving kids. What a guy. You'd think he'd be busy with Fish Tank.
Amy Bach went to war, Bobier said. Bach's attorney Kenneth Udoybach showed the jury faces of several people who've already pleaded guilty to fraud and might testify in this.
Weird. So they got all the Somalis to plead guilty, agree to testify, so they're going to get slaps on the wrist. Nice.
Trial. And Udoybach said Bach either kicked out or reported those particular fraudsters, but that the Minnesota Department of Education wouldn't listen to her.
Oh, so these fucking shysters that are going to testify against her probably get to keep some of the money that they squirreled away and get light sentences. Were also people that were so egregious in the fraud that Amy Bach tried to kick them out, probably because they were going to give up the game. Because they're like, you can't say that you're serving 90,000 people a day. I mean, unless you're doing this out of Ann Arbor Stadium in Michigan, there's no way that we can justify these numbers. I mean, make it kind of believable. All right, fine. We're going to blow the whistle and testify against you. All of these people are pieces of shit. I'm sorry.
Ms. Bach should not be held responsible for the actions of others. MDE refused to investigate fraud. If MDE will not investigate fraud, what can one woman do?
Oh, God, you know, that's the thing, you know, in this story, everybody's a victim. If you were such a victim, then why did you keep the money? Why did your boyfriend get $1 million? You should have just, like, returned the money to the state and been like, here's what's going on. Here's all the money. You're all shit.
Bach said. Udoybach especially pointed the finger at Abdi Kerm Idle, who's charged but fled the country. Udoybach.
Oh, hey, guys. Diversity is our strength, you know, really. And, you know, I want to make sure that everybody knows that's really what makes this country of ours great.
Said,
if you can't exploit this, if you can't come to this country and fuck it and exploit it, you're going to leave the country as soon as it's time to pay the piper. What an asshole.
Idle took advantage of the language barrier, since Bach doesn't speak Somali, to recruit fraudsters and take bribes without her knowing.
Oh, so he was making a little something on the side. I will get you and your restaurant some extra money if you report these numbers to this great white lady, and she will help us make more, but you've got to give me a 10% kickback. All of these. So this deal where these poor Somalis were just led astray or whatever, fuck that. They were running the Ponzi scheme. They knew. And fuck her too, by the way, because she knew she wasn't trying to stop a goddamn thing. Otherwise, her boyfriend wouldn't be $1 million richer. Ugh. I mean, I'm sorry. I know it's politically incorrect. Where there's smoke, there's fire. We need to be investigating more Somali businesses for shit like this, especially ones that center around food and childcare, because they do not have a good track record at the moment.
Now, also standing trial with Bach is Salim Saeed. He's one of the former...
Oh, that's interesting. We waited 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the story to mention that little co-conspirator, co-defendant thing. Strange. I wonder if that was by design. What's her name? Did Jana Shortall complain that they were including the Somali in the original report, so they moved it to the back of the story because she thought it was politically incorrect and racist?
Of Safari Restaurant and is accused of opening up phony meal sites all across the state and becoming one of the most prolific fraudsters in this entire case. Coming up at 6 now, I'll have more on the first few witnesses in this case. Saeed's attorney giving a very brief opening statement, asking the jury to pay very close attention to the evidence.
Yeah, you all share guilt.
Back to you.
That's the deal. You all share guilt. Thank you, Lura Goose, for the news. Appreciate it. Yeah, making speech free again says, why does your Somalis sound like a small Indian man? It is. It does. You're right. I got to work on it. Approachable says, LOL, he thought, well, shit, the jig is up. Time to go back to being a pirate. He's right now on a little floaty raft boat, catching up to the Maersk, Alabama. Oh, man. Legacy media does suck. It's terrible. The way they're just, what's the matter with finding out? Like, why is that such a terrible thing to find out that people came to this country, with the Catholic charities and the Lutheran charities and people who got handouts their entire time they've been in Minnesota are looking for more ways to get extra handouts? Why can't we report that? Why can't we talk about it? And I guarantee that 80% of the fraud that's going on in these communities is not being looked into and not being prosecuted because it's an insular community. They talk to each other. Like, look at this guy. He was recruiting other Somalis to get in on this, so they know. It's just the political correctness it's just killing us. It's a political correctness that just kind of, it's sludge in your system. It's blocked arteries that clogs up everything. I'm sure everybody's going to be found guilty. Some of them have pled guilty already. Their goose is cooked for sure. All right, guys, we are $95 away from today's goal. Go ahead and drop in a couple of bucks on the toe. We're so close to perfection. The evening show, crushing it. You guys today, killing it. Unbelievable. Great work today. Go ahead and keep doing it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you very much for your contributions. We are just $95 away. You're inside of $100 by 9 o'clock, which is awesome. Let's not have that slowdown we usually have around this time. Let's push through. Let's knock the rest of it out. And the next hour and 45 minutes are on me. We did the Qatar corpse couple. That was actually a really funny gimmick. I liked that one. We got, what is it? Does Megyn Kelly have it in her contract that she has to fight with girls all the time? Like Megyn Kelly, I still find hot. I still find her fiery. I still think she's right on in a lot of stuff. She's very plain spoken. But goddamn, she is becoming an old catty bitch in her 50s. Just mean and girl mean too. I guess now she's going after Rachel Maddow for her speech about Joy Reid's firing and all of that. Yeah, I will say this. Rachel Maddow is a phony baloney with a pony named Tony because she makes $25 million a year. Joy Reid made $3 million. And she's bitching about all these people of color who now don't have jobs and how MSNBC's new management is kind of racist for letting them go. Rachel Maddow could have easily taken a $5 million pay cut and paid for 2 or 3 of those personalities that got laid off. But she didn't. So I don't take people like Rachel Maddow seriously. There is a very curious question, though. So, like, Joy Reid got let go. She had 1.6 million viewers a night, right? Which is not good. Chris Hayes was kept. The white guy was kept, and he does 1.45 a night. Joy Reid has a bigger audience than Chris Hayes. Now, Chris Hayes has about the same market share as she does, but they said that it was her bad ratings. That's why they let her go. Other people are saying it's because she sticks up for Palestinians and that Chris Hayes is a loyal soldier for Israel. I'm sure that's what Sam's show believes. But, like, Rachel Maddow could have kept everyone. Also, Chris Hayes makes $2 million a year. Joy Reid made $3 million, so that might have been part of their decision as well. But to me, Rachel Maddow is so incredibly disingenuous on all this stuff because she's sitting there in pig shit luxury at $25 million a year, yelling at her bosses, who she probably makes more money than, about how mean they're being to all the black people. It's so easy to sit in your ivory tower and go, I feel so much compassion for these people, especially when nobody holds you accountable and makes you do a goddamn thing. Let's go to this Megyn Kelly clip. Doom is actually informing me that Megyn Kelly's 104 years old. See? The things you learn. I personally did not know that about Megyn Kelly. I always thought that Megyn Kelly looked really good for 52, whatever she is. Now that I find out she's 104, she looks really good. All right, here we go. Let's go to the Megyn Kelly clip here. She's so pretty, but she's so mad all the time. Megyn, baby, sweetie, would it kill you to smile every once in a while? Oh, Jenny in Forrest Gump. That's who she is. She's Robin Wright in Forrest Gump. She's late stages. She's not AIDS Jenny. She's like, remember the scene where she's on coke and the other guy passes out from doing too much heroin and she goes out on the ledge of the balcony and thinks about jumping? She's that Jenny. She's hard partying coke Jenny, not Bob, mom haircut, waitress, dying of AIDS Jenny. Totally different. Let's go to Megyn Kelly on Rachel Maddow.
Do not defend it. It feels indefensible. And I do not defend it. Okay.
It's fucking catty, dude. That was her impression of Rachel Maddow. It's just catty shit like that. Like, her maturity is going all Benjamin Button. It's aging in reverse.
Really is one of the most, maybe, is she the most annoying people on television. She oozes sanctimony and self-righteousness. And here's the real capper.
Well, she ain't lying on that account. It may be catty, it may be bitchy, but she ain't wrong.
She took her boss's faces and rubbed them in shit last night. That's what she did.
Rachel Maddow only gets 400,000 viewers more a night than Joy Reid did. And she makes $25 million a year. MSNBC, the reason they're cutting all these people is because they can't suckle at the Comcast or NBC teat anymore. They cut MSNBC off and made them their own company. And so now they have to be profitable. Now, I would think that you could cut Rachel Maddow loose today. You could make an offer to, like, the Young Turks or, fuck it, dude, give Dave Smith a show. I know he's seen as right wing, but he's like a libertarian dude. Change the whole, like, mapping of your network. Give Dave Smith a show. Let him do a thing. He'll probably take $2 million a year. And you can probably get more viewers. You can probably get a bigger audience with a Dave Smith than you could with a Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow's getting you 2 million people, and she's making $25 million a year. I bet you MSNBC could balance the books by firing Rachel Maddow today. And is anyone going to hire Rachel Maddow? Is CNN going to take her? Probably not. She's insufferable.
The guy who oversees, she's got 2 bosses now, right? All right, she's got the first boss who's new. I've got to look up her name because I don't remember her name. What's her name,
Rachel
Steve?
Something. Rachel Hetler.
Rebecca Cutler. Okay.
Rebecca Cutler. When I say Rachel Hutler, that's close enough.
Who answers to a different boss who's above Rebecca Cutler. His name is Mark Lazarus. His current title is Prospective Chief Executive Officer of SpinCo.
SpinCo is MSNBC now. By the way, Lazarus, great name for the guy who's charged with having to resurrect MSNBC.
Comcast planned spinoff of MSNBC, basically. He's responsible for the company's networks. Well, Rebecca and Mark, do you have any spines whatsoever? Are you actually going to let an employee, that's what she is, Rachel Maddow, talk about you, your company, and your decision-making?
Especially when she's the most overpaid employee you have and gives you no return. Gutfeld kicks the fuck out of Rachel Maddow. I guarantee Gutfeld ain't making $10 million a year. Greg Gutfeld salary. Wow. Fuck me. Holy shit. Greg Gutfeld, $24 million a year. September. He signed a new deal September 28th, 2024. Fuck. But he still makes less than Rachel Maddow by $1 million a year, and he's got The Five, which is killing, and he's got the #1 rated late night show. He's the king of late night right now, Greg Gutfeld. So him making $1 million less than Rachel Maddow, I don't know how much sense that makes. Maddow's making $25 million, and after the 101st day of the Trump administration, Maddow's going to go down to 1 day a week. Somebody explain to me where the draw is with Rachel Maddow. Sorry, Megan, go ahead.
This way, Mr. Lazarus, do you have any testosterone? Do you have any testicular fortitude to stand up for yourself as a professional? And
I bet you if you were into trampling, fucking Megyn Kelly would give her. If you were a guy who was into being walked on, I mean physically, like as a fetish, Megyn Kelly would dig stilettos right into your asshole. She is a domineering lady. She's the lady in Wolf of Wall Street. That's she's Venice, pouring the candle wax on your back. Jesus.
An executive, never mind a man, and tell this woman, you're fired too. You're fired for insubordination and for disparaging the network publicly in front of our 4 viewers. We're very upset about what they must now think.
Oh, I'd propose to her right there. And really, that's the root of my problems. No doubt. Dead Game says Megyn Kelly did a fucking heel turn on Trump. Time to get over it. It was a long time ago. It was like 10 years ago, wasn't it? Papa Shab says Dave has aspirations in the Libertarian Party. He might be the dumbest person alive. I was watching an episode of Piers Morgan's show yesterday, and I thought he and Cenk Uygur had a great exchange. I agree that Dave Smith has that pie in the sky, head in the sky, unrealistic libertarian mindset, but he's interesting to listen to, for sure. Making speech free again says you're only allowed to look Megan in the eyes if you're wearing a chindo. She's a fucking domineering is the word, man. For sure. Eaton Clam says reverse cowgirl so we can both watch Mel Gibson movies. Oh, yeah, tonight's The Patriot. Oh. Sorry, that was me as Megyn Kelly riding dick. That was my... I had to... Oh, God. Oh, I'm never going to get to escape the gay thing, am I? I literally put my hands on the table so I could gyrate my hips back and forth. That was Megyn Kelly riding cock reverse cowgirl while you guys watch Mel Gibson in The Patriot. She would peg Tavington. Oh, I do it to myself. Sam Show says that was just you riding dicks, plural. Making speech free again says, you slept in a man's bed with another man for months. The gay thing is going to hang around for a while. I'm afraid so. My bed, his bed, the whole. Thank God they were both king size. Am I right? Hold on. Wait a minute. Just give me a second. Just needed to let the shame pass for a minute. See, Nick, isn't it easier when you just move on from it and you stop hanging on to all the rage and, it's all the guilt you're feeling for not being able to take responsibility and admit what you are. Once you can move on past it and it's jokes. It's funny. We were gay for a while. What are you going to do? Sorry I said no to that thing you wanted. I just figured it would hurt you. That's all. Let's go. Let's continue on. 95 away for today. Let's knock it out and call it another win for the toe. I don't know. There's something about that Megyn Kelly, man. It keeps me coming back. It keeps me coming back. Papa Shop says king-size bed for 2 queens. It's when you can't argue with them that it really becomes the issue. $5 from Sergeant Holka. He says, from your newest, bestest buddy and bigger steel toe. Thank you, Sergeant Holka. I appreciate the $5, and now we're only 90 away from knocking it out and doing overtime today. The perfect week continues on the toe. It marches along almost with an air of inevitability at this point. We got another fiery blonde Republican bitch today. Marjorie Taylor Greene spitting some facts on federal jobs. This is the point I've been trying to make, but I always take 30 minutes to say a word. Marjorie Taylor Greene pointing out, and this is important, whenever someone says Trump and Elon are getting rid of all these federal jobs, that's terrible for the economy, so on and so forth. You understand all these federal jobs, they don't produce anything for the economy. Like you can argue, they're taking a paycheck. But if they're not producing more than what they earn, then they're actually a drag on the economy. These are misappropriated funds and misappropriated labor. You could take that person's labor, you could put them in the private sector, and then have to get a job where they produce something and they don't run a cost to the company. For example, when I was in the radio biz, when Steel Toe was running wild, I drew so much fucking money for the company that it cost you money to let me go. So that's what you have to be to your workplace. Marjorie Taylor Greene is pointing out these federal employees do fucking nothing and they collect a paycheck. That's a complete waste. That's printing money we don't have for work we don't need done. So Marjorie Taylor Greene was making that point in Congress, and I'm sure that pissed off a lot of people who are, they're Congress people, so they're all on the teat as well. What the fuck is this website? Blue Sky. Oh, is this the weird, liberal alternative for Twitter? Gay. All right, let's check it out. Marjorie Taylor Greene with her best Linda Hogan look. Let's see what she had to say about federal jobs.
You can protest all you want outside of departments of this government. You can protest all you want, but the American people disagree with you. You're protecting the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is not a business. Those are not real jobs producing federal revenue. By the way, they're consuming taxpayer dollars.
I have a serious problem. Hemorrhoids. No, I have a serious problem that this is not taught in school. Nobody knows this. It's so hard to explain this to people who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, people who are set in their ways. It's much easier to teach this to people when they're 10, 11, 12 years old in school where they're supposed to be learning. The problem is, who's going to teach that to them? The teachers who are on the government dime? Are the teachers who are a cost to the system and aren't quality controlled or progress checked? Are those teachers going to teach these kids that, oh yeah, all government jobs, by the way, that are funded by taxpayers, or at least most of them, a lot of them, don't actually produce anything and they're incredibly wasteful and a drag on our economy? No, they're not going to teach that to kids, but the lesson does need to be taught.
Those jobs are paid for by the American tax people who work real jobs, earn real income, pay federal taxes, and then pay these federal employees. Federal employees.
You're forgetting, Marjorie's forgetting the main point. And they produce goods. Everybody should have to build or should have to play, in school, some kind of world building or civilization building simulation, you know, where, hey, this group of people does this job and it produces bricks and wood and all this stuff and building materials. And then my town can expand by building more buildings. And then these people have money and it produces income for it. Like, it teaches you about just like the fucking basics of how economic production works.
Employees do not deserve their job.
All right, fine. I've just been playing a shitload of Grand Ages Rome. You got me.
Federal employees do not deserve their paychecks.
Oh, shit.
And these are jobs that can be fired at will.
All right. I'm in. Like, she's right. And I'll admit, I'm not the biggest Marjorie Taylor Greene guy. I think she's, how do you say this? She's a bit much. You know? She's a bit much for me. I'm not a big Marjorie Taylor Greene guy, but she's right here. And when you're right, you're right. Bapa Shab says, Aaron, you could always fall back on your sales experience and sell mattresses. All right, I'm going to try and act this out. This baby right here, ripe for swinging and copious amounts of gay sex. I mean, you can really just... Are you sure that's okay, Bapa Shab? I feel like I'm going to get, at the very least, a talking to for that. I don't really know if that's the best way to endear myself to a new employer. Are you sure? You know what? Fuck you, Chevy fan, because every time I hear that phrase, I think the same thing and I never make the stupid joke. Chevy fan says, fire at will. What the fuck did Will do? Oh, God. I don't like it when people have the balls to make the really shitty, terrible jokes. And then they do it and I don't. It just makes me feel like a coward. Oh, boy, I made this person mad. Text coming in, guys. Ready? You talk about producing something. You sit in your basement guilt-tripping people to give you money for nothing in return. Get a real job. No, you keep watching me. We got one. I produce a lot. Look at all these people who have a better time at work. They're producing more for the economy. You could argue, sir, that I am this economy's engine. People have their entertainment, so they work a little harder and produce a little more for the economy. If I go away, you're going to see a precipitous drop in GDP. So I think what you meant to text the show is thank you. And I will say, without you having to text back, you're welcome. By the way, $90 away from today's goal. So make sure you throw your money at me for doing nothing and not producing for the economy. Definitely don't throw in on PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Rumble, or YouTube and say this is for you being a non-productive, non-contributing member to our economy. Certainly don't send in money saying that, Aaron, I produce more because you're here. That's just going to make people mad. That's just going to make people really mad. Chevy fan says Aaron would be fired one day at a real job due to expensive movie quotes. How is a movie quote expensive? I don't understand. Thank you very much. $90 away from today's goal. Let's hammer it out and call it another win for the toe. Here's I want to do the Stephen A. I got two black clips today. I got a Stephen A. and I got a Charlemagne. Stephen A. Smith was talking to Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. I don't know if you know this guy, but Hakeem Jeffries, I think, is the guy who made up the lie that the Eagles weren't coming to the White House to celebrate their Super Bowl win. Turns out they are. But Stephen A. Smith wanted to talk to Hakeem Jeffries, and Hakeem Jeffries wanted to do some January 6th horse shit. And I got to say, I'm pretty impressed with Stephen A. Smith. He shut that shit down real quick. I kind of feel like Stephen A. Smith is like a Bill Maher Democrat, where he's kind of had it with the loudest of the Democratic Party, and they're kind of more towards the center. Let's go ahead and check out this clip from Stephen A. and Hakeem the Dream Jeffries.
Let me ask you this. I want to know two things.
Stephen, it's axe. Let me axe you this. God, this guy does not understand the vernacular.
From the Democratic Party. Number one, when are we going to let go of January 6th? We're going to let that go because I mean, the man was impeached twice, convicted on 34 felony counts, and still reelected. I mean, at some point in time, somebody like Senator Durbin and others who was asking Pam Bondi about, are you willing to admit he lost the election? It's like, enough of that, because the American people clearly have spoken, at least 70.
Yeah, we don't give a shit. This is going to be really difficult for Hakeem Jeffries to hear because he has been, J6, validity of our elections, election denier, blah, 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 blah. I mean, he's been one of the biggest hacks on this issue. So having Stephen A. Smith come right up and be like, hey, man, when are you going to drop this bullshit? And Hakeem Jeffries is like, when I stop raking in lots of donations for talking about it.
7+ million of them has spoken. He won the Electoral College vote. He won the popular vote. He won the swing states, etc. They've said what they've had to say. When are y'all going to let that go? And number two, how are you going to go about not coming across as being at the mercy of the progressive left? And I'm asking you that question specifically because in a lot
he doesn't see a fucking problem with it. That's the thing that I think Bill Maher understands. I don't think maybe Stephen A. does understand, and he's asking him for that reason. These people don't see themselves at the mercy of the progressive wing. They are the progressive wing. They think it's the right way to go. They believe in it. That's the scary thing about younger Democrats. They believe this horse shit. This isn't like a cynical ploy to get themselves elected. They believe in this shit. If they didn't believe in this shit, they'd have abandoned it by now because it's such a loser. But they're doubling down on it because they're like, this is the right, noble thing to do. We need to kick these fucking mentally ill weirdos out of office.
of American people's eyes, you're seen as somebody who's center left, more of a centrist, more reasonable than some of the folks that have been the most outspoken for the Democratic Party.
Well, I think in terms of January 6th, look, it's not something that the American people should ever forget.
Okay.
Because oh, Jesus. Yes, it is. We can forget. You know when we can forget? Now. We can forget. Let's do that. Let's make today National Forget January 6th Day. Who gives a shit? There. That's what we'll make today.
It was an extraordinary event. I was there.
Oh, shit. Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him. You were there. You were at January 6th, you son of a bitch. Were you wearing goat horns? Guess who else was there? Ray Epps. Guess what happened to him? Dog shit. Guess what he did? Told people to storm the Capitol. Got about as close to literally yelling fire in a crowded theater as you can possibly get.
We were debating, as Congress does, the certification of the election. And we were told that a mob has breached the Capitol. They're on the...
You couldn't... Maybe you should have went out there and just... You know, here's how it could have stopped it. Like maybe Hakeem Jeffries. Like you ever forget something at home, you turn around when you're a few blocks away from home, you go get the thing, you're good. Maybe Hakeem Jeffries could have walked out of Congress and went, hey, you know what? I have a really weird feeling that we forgot to lock the doors. Hey, I feel like I have a really bad feeling we forgot to call in any backup for these 5 Capitol policemen outside.
Second floor, there are a few steps outside of the House chamber, and hit the ground and be prepared to secure the gas masks that are underneath your seats, because there were people who were trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power.
Okay.
And this...
I know, I saw that. I saw all those crazy bloody-toothed savages that were out there trying to stop the peaceful transition of power. I especially like how they stayed in the velvet rope line when they were inside the Capitol Rotunda. I think that was Norm Macdonald's line. He was like, yeah, it's really nice to see all those evil terrorists staying in the rope line. They were there ready to get some work done.
This is the greatest democracy in the history of the world, so we can't forget January 6th.
Ooh, somebody's throwing shade at Greece.
I'm not suggesting that it's a core issue moving forward in terms of how we are making our case to the American people, but we also can't ignore the fact that in one of his first acts, President Trump chose to pardon violent felons who brutally assaulted and beat police officers.
And I know, and you know what? That's terrible. That would be really awful. That would be like, I'm trying to find something that would be similar to that. That would be like if a president, get this, let's say a president took a guy who was supposed to be a doctor and like the doctor who told us all what to do. And let's say he was prescribing very sick patients medication back in the 80s that was actually killing them. And he was responsible for all of those deaths because of the poisonous medicine he gave them that the pharmaceutical companies gave him money to push. Or let's say that a president pardoned a guy who pushed a vaccine on people and who lied to them about where a certain pandemic came from and a certain disease came from, told them to take steps and shut down the economy that turned out to be totally pulled out of his own asshole, and then pushed a vaccine on people that may or may not have caused deleterious side effects that ended up taking people's lives. Imagine if you pardoned a guy like that. Wouldn't that be awful? That would be like, pardoning little mini Mengele at that point. Oh, I'm glad we don't have anybody like that around here. But these goddamn January 6ers and their goat horns, keep an eye on them. Fuck you, dude, with $5 says the goods Aaron produces is the entertainment to distract me so I don't lose my shit at work and get tired. I'm sorry to the person who texted in that thing. I'm sorry that the steel toe crowd is rebelling against you and throwing money at us, saying that we produce something for them economically. I haven't heard back from you, so I assume that we kind of shamed you, and I apologize for that. People throwing hundreds of dollars at the toe today, saying that we do produce something economically. That's just a terrible thing. I hate all this fighting. Approachable with $1 says, here is $1 for 1 minute of nothing. Seriously, nothing. Just sit there in silence for 1 minute. No, I'm not doing that for $1. We're $85 away from today's goal. For $85, when the goal comes in, then I'll sit for 1 minute and not say a word. That works. $85 away, guys. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Labglass says, just think if a president pardoned a guy that killed 2 FBI agents. That would be crazy, right? I mean, we would have to call that guy out for sure. Chevy fan with $1. I'm so glad I unbanned him today. He says Biden gave Aaron a lifetime pre-pardon for any crimes committed at Golden Corral locations. Now, I don't know how many times I have to say this or who needs to hear it. I have never been to a Golden Corral in my life. And I understand. Now everybody's rolling their eyes and going, sure, fatso, what the fuck ever. Never. Never once. Hulkamash a baby with $1 says Aaron produces revenue at his lawyer's divorce divisions every 3 to 4 years. Tell him when he's telling lies. Tell him when he's telling lies. Yeah, throw in your own couple of bucks and knock out today's goal and let us know how Steel Toe produces for this economy. I would love to hear the creative ideas some people have as to how they believe this show contributes to the economy. Making speech free again says, what about the Trump vaccine? Yeah, I fucking hate that Trump pushed the vaccine as hard as he did. But he has, in fairness to him, he has kind of turned on it. He has kind of turned on. Oh, that guy did write me back. Oh, he says, have fun at your trial. Oh, somebody's seething. I'm sorry that we picked on you. It is kind of fun that people want to troll Steel Toe, and then we just lightly jab at him and make fun. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, here's the hardest thing I can think of. And we're like, oh, sunshine. Oh, sunshine, stop. It really is just like they come to you and they're like, I'm going to get him. And then we laugh it off and then they get more mad and that's my fault. God bless you. God bless you, buddy. I'll see you there. You can be disappointed again. Ooh. 80, what are we, $80 away for today? Go ape shit. Making speech free again says, get McBuster back to the top of the board. Oh, yeah. Remember when you guys rallied for like $80 for McBuster? That was fun. Yeah, Nomo says, oh, they're so adorable at this age. They really are when they're in their teenage denial of their steel toe fandom and they're just full of that angst. I like that. They're so cute at that age when they think they're rebellious, but really they're just daddy's little helper. $1.35 from Kristi Noem has sand in her clit. How do you get the sand in? Yeah, how is that in the clit? That's, by the way, In the Clit, my favorite Spike Lee movie. Just unbelievable. The acting, the cast. I mean, an ensemble worthy of every kudos that it received. Sand in the Clit. Or In the Clit, I'm sorry, was the name of the movie. Sand in the Clit was the sequel. Doorman with $5 says, come on, Chevy fan. Everyone knows his gravy tears are over Old Country Buffet and Bonanza. See, now, why did you need to jump in? Why was that necessary, Doorman? There was no reason for you to, I mean, that felt like street level to me. I'm going to be honest. Adam Simon gifting a membership. Thank you very much, buddy. Adam is now at 110. Thank you very much. And we are $75 away from today's goal. Look at that. We're doing it. We're doing it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Contribute. Keep going. Another win for the toe on the way. And thank you very much for your generosity. 75 away. Again, whether it's over my buffet gravy tears or whether it's how I contribute to the economy, your contributions are very welcome this morning. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We've got $5 from Magnanimous Fake Dono. Wow. I mean, is it really magnanimous if you say it's magnanimous? I ask you. Thank you very much. $70 away from hammering out today's goal and calling it another win for the toe. Chevy fan with $1 says, this show contributes to the economy. Like the time I blew up an engine at work because I walked away, got distracted to post a stupid comment. Oh, well, warranty work pays too. Look at that. I'm keeping the warranty people in business. Papa Shab writing to that emailer says, Aaron's here and he's queer. Deal with it, sweetie. I have noticed that we've turned a lot of the haters lately, and a lot of them have just kind of fucked off. I think they just got tired of being futile for so long. I do appreciate, though, the ones that have hung in there. You truly are the bravest of the brave, taking the jokes and being the butt of I mean, you guys are the butt of the joke for us. And you don't take it well, but you do take it, you know? It's like sodomizing a guy who tried to steal your truck, but he's crying the entire time. It's like, well, don't make me feel bad about fucking you. Jesus, now I feel like a bad guy. I'm the one who almost had my truck stolen. Did you guys hear about the federal agents group chat that they had going? If you've heard about the story, you know what I'm about to go into. It's too hard to explain unless I just read it to you. It's fucking gross. There was a group chat of federal security agents, and they're just writing about the most depraved shit. And it's like, it's a wonderful example of how like the cuts that we're making in government are just ridiculously necessary. And no matter how many jobs we cut, it won't be enough. We'll get to that in just a second. Aaron's Dingley thing with $2 says, hey, asshole, that was my engine. Oh, boy, I didn't mean to start a fight. Adam Simon with $2 says, Aaron, is your refrigerator running? Yes, I believe it is, Adam. Why do you ask? Of course Aaron's refrigerator's running. How's he going to keep his Golden Corral leftovers? I agree with making speech free again. Sweetie is my favorite dig. It's gay, but it works. Well, it's so demeaning to the person you're saying it to. And that's really ultimately the goal. That's not true. $70 is the goal. $70 away from today. Thank you guys very much for bringing us there. All right, so this federal security agents group chat, this is, when I say it's gay, I mean it's gay in every sense of the word. It's gay guys. It's gay. I think it's mostly gay guys. They're talking gay shit. It makes you feel gay. It just makes you see gay. It's just gay, 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 gay. The National Security Agency's stated aim is to provide intelligence support to the military operations through our signals intelligence activities, while also ensuring that American military communications and data remain out of the hands of our adversaries. It appears, however, that intelligence employees at the Pentagon and had other priorities under the previous administration, namely engaging in years-long group chat discussions about their genitals, sex change mutilations, and fetishes on a chat system intended for government work. So not only are we hiring unproductive slobs, but we're hiring perverted, degenerate, unproductive slobs. One active NSA employee and one former employee provided Christopher Rufo and Hannah Grossman of the Manhattan Institute's City Journal with logs of obscene chats that took place within channels on the NSA's Interlink messaging program. So just right there on the work chat, we're just talking about cocks being cut off and shit. Chat logs dating back 2 years reportedly show a fascination among employees with male sex change mutilations in which patients' penises are cut off and the remains are manipulated into mock vaginas. Mock vaginas, that's my job. Yeah, sure. Mine is everything, one NSA employee stated. I found that I like being penetrated, never liked it before gender reassignment surgery. What the fuck? Come on. You're allowed to like whatever you want, but a work group chat? God damn, where do these people come from? Sam Show, stop it. And why do they find their way into government all the time? Governments and churches. That's where we find these fucking freaks. You know why? Because they can hide in government, because if you call them freaks, you get fired. Another intelligence official tasked with making the country safer reportedly bragged that his sex change mutilation enabled him to wear leggings or bikinis without having to wear a gaff under it. So they're talking about how they don't have to tuck anymore. Great. Is it worth the mental illness? Other NSA employees apparently discussed their kinks and the costly procedures they underwent in order to masquerade as members of the opposite sex. I mean, we didn't even know this shit was going on, and we were like, we need to flip this country and we need to clean house. But now that we know this shit's going, and that's the problem. Now we're going to actually find out. Like, I'm going to get to the point. I don't know about you, but I'm going to get to the point where I'm going to go, all right, that's enough. I don't want to know. Like, oh, man, but didn't you vote to have transparency? And there's too much trans in the transparency. It's weirding me the fuck out. But it is like it's going to get to the point where we're like, all right, man. We looked into the government and we found out all the shit that they're doing. It's like there was one group chat we found where they're talking about chopping their cocks off and how good it feels to have the vagina they made out of it penetrate. I'm like, whoa. I just wanted to find out how much waste, fraud, and abuse was going on at the IRS and Pentagon. I wasn't trying to find out. Yeah, but don't you want to read these chat logs? No, what the fuck is your problem? This is the stuff that you guys can keep to yourselves. Do me a favor. Fire all the people involved and just lie to me. Say that they were stealing pens or something. Not penness talk. Just let's maybe change the hiring quotas and maybe change the background checks. It's just while we're at it. Vadam with $5 says Aaron is banned from the K's Kitchen buffet as Aaron eats all of the food and left the buffet empty. Aaron's Dingley thing with $2 says, Jim was sick of gaff again. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I fucking hate all of you. I do. I've decided just here and now after reading that comment. that I fucking hate you. Just because you can blame Aaron's Dingley thing because of, Jim was sick of gaff again. Hot Pocket. Hey, everybody. Oh, God. Making Speech Free again says, talk about lethal injection. Am I right? Hey.
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
Will Heron says, hate is a strong word. It's really not. That's how mad that joke made me. I am not. I'm just reading. I'm a little ahead in the chat, and it's very funny. Red Scoper, thank you very much. It's not Carl's fault. He ran out of things. He can't do a show on his own, and he needs someone to piggyback off of. And the me thing kind of backfired. Also because people knew he was lying and kind of being a phony about it. Because he and I never had any actual problems. We talked football. I was on his show a few times. And then he just turned because he has to simp for Ricada and simp for his daddy, Dick Masterson. I mean, I understand. I've never held it against Carl because I know where it's coming from. I know it's not genuine. So it's business. He just needs to do it for money. And I get it. I totally understand. And it's fine with me. So thank you for coming over here and becoming a fan. I appreciate that. That's very honest of you, too. Not everybody does that. They kind of hang on to their vitriol a little bit longer. Ryobi with $5 says, then, for no reason at all, Hitler was voted into power. Oh, God. That is not what I was thinking when I read that group chat. That is not. I've drank with Ryobi before one of the anniversary shows with Gino and Keanu and that one girl. What was her name? And I can see Ryobi's face as he's making that joke, and it makes me laugh even harder. That's kind of gay how I said that. Thank you very much. $60 away from knocking it out this morning. You guys have been incredible. This has been a very goal-free day today, and I do appreciate it. We're just $60 away to knock out the rest. Appreciate it. We've been hearing a lot from federal employees that are saying, I'm scared for my job and we're essential workers and Donald Trump is a bully and this, that, and the other thing. We never really hear from the federal employees that think that their job is bullshit. Charlemagne the God had a caller into the Breakfast Club yesterday who called in and was like, yo, dog. I just assume that's how they talk. And he said, yo, dog, our job is bullshit. And if we don't like what Trump is doing, then we should just quit. This was actually kind of refreshing to hear. Let's go to the Breakfast Club because you know me. I'm all about the urban vote. That I think if you ever watch Steel Toe for any modicum of time, you understand that our main audience, the people we gear our show towards, black men aged 18 to 24. That's why we have all the Kendrick Lamar. Well, that's not 18. That's like 35 to 54 at this point. I'm really white. All right, let's go to the Charlemagne the God clip. He wants to let all of you federal workers know that you're dog shit too. Here we are. Here's the caller. Bingo, bango, bongo.
Good morning. What's your name?
Yes. Good morning. I want to stay anonymous, but I do work for the federal
it's government. A lady. All right. She's anonymous as well, like the next person who's going to contribute to Steel Toe over on PayPal. Anonymous. All right. She's a federal. That's a nice board. I wish I had a board like that when I was in radio. Maybe when I go back. It drives people nuts when I say that.
Can you tell us where?
Yes, in Florida, Miami, Florida.
No, I mean, like, what branch? Like, what do you do in the government?
See, you got to ask these fucking federal employees this shit twice because they're too fucking stupid to know, right, Charlemagne? I don't mean black ladies. I just mean federal workers.
Oh, Department of Human Services.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Health and Human
what's up?
Services.
So, how are you feeling? Did you get one of those emails? Talk to us.
Yes, I got the email, and I honestly feel like this is a great opportunity to outline what you as an employee bring to the bring to the federal government.
I like this lady. See, we don't get to hear from people like this very often. Like, I sent in my report, right? And I was like, okay, I got in at about 9:17 because, like, fuck it. Traffic was bad and I was busy. This hair don't do itself. And then after that, I sat on my computer for a few hours. I played some games. I filed some paperwork and shit, but it was like stuff I was supposed to have done last Thursday. But fuck, I'm busy, y'all. And then I went to lunch and I had sushi. I took a 2-hour lunch break because that sushi is so damn good, y'all. And then after that, I came back to work and I talked with my girl Jasmine for a little bit on the phone because she having all kinds of baby daddy problems and shit's popping off. And I don't even know what to say to her because she crazy. She keep wanting to go back to him. And I'm like, God damn, girl, you need to have some respect for yourself. And then after that, I went on a second lunch because this guy who's really cute from the 3rd floor, he wanted to buy me a sandwich. And I ain't going to say no because it's like, I kind of want that dick. You know what I mean, Elon? So anyway, I went back to work for about 45 minutes. I got a little bit more work done. I typed some shit. Somebody was complaining about like welfare, like their kid ain't getting their food stamps or their free lunch or some shit. I just wrote, don't make this my fucking problem, bitch. I just got my nails done. I chipped them on my keyboard a little bit. And I'm like, God damn, these bitches is annoying me. And then I left work at about 3:45 and I went home and now I'm just chilling. If I got that email for a progress report, I would make that woman the head of the department right then and there. All right, let's go back to, let's find out what this federal employee does all day.
And if it's really good, what you outlined, they could give you an opportunity to get a promotion or something. Like, God forbid, they ask you what you've done. Any other job?
Yeah, God forbid they ask you what you done.
They'll ask you at the end of the week, at the end of the month, because I used to do bookkeeping. Okay, so
what? Yeah, I was working at this company. You might have heard it. It's called Enron. I was doing their books, and then all of a sudden, everybody started going to jail, getting locked up and shit. And I'm like, damn, what do I do?
What do we do? At the end of the month, what are the clients that we have to, gear towards to? So at the end of the day,
well, when I was at my job as a bookkeeper, like I had to file a progress report. And 1 week I was like, all my white bosses told me that I should move this money over here and say we got it from some kind of government grant. And really what they was doing was starting like a slush fund for lawyers and shit. I don't think I'm supposed to be talking about this, but I just want to let y'all know, give you some context.
Anybody make any, and it's this democratic thing. It's like, I don't want to get the parties into it, but they don't want to go to work. They want to work from home. People are not working from home. This is what you signed up for. If you don't like it, resign.
I believe what this woman is trying to say is they all lazy, yo. I want to translate because she's speaking like regular English and I have a more urban audience and I want to communicate in a way so we all understand it. They're saying like they all be lazy and shit, I believe is what she's saying.
You know what I'm saying? They gave you the opportunity to find another job. I mean, it's not that hard. You're complaining about actually working. I don't get it.
I'm not mad at your perspective. That's why I like talking to people. I like talking to people, and I like talking to people who are in it because everybody sees things a different way.
I wonder,
Yeah, and that's the thing that like nobody tells CNN, nobody tells any of these federal workers. Like you sound really shitty and spoiled and like an asshole when you go. They're asking us to. I almost did a black voice on that one. That one actually would have been racist. Like they're asking us to tell to write down what we did all week. And it's like, well, if you can't write down what you did all week, you should probably be fired.
This perspective.
Do you feel like there are a lot of people that are not working, that are taking days off? I guess exactly what Trump and Elon are saying.
Absolutely. I work from home, and you know what? Donald Trump got the gadget idea because Elon Musk,
go gadget layoffs.
Fire like 80% of the Twitter people or Tesla people for his company because you can buy a gadget that actually.
She's right. You can buy a gadget or a gadget. I mean, really, it all depends. Like go on Amazon right now and search for gadgets or gadgets. You can get either one.
He shakes up like you're at the desk, but you're really not working. Because the computers, it shuts off if it's non-activity within like 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. So it requires you to actually work from home. But it's gadgets around that, and people are actually buying it and using it and not working. And this is our taxpayers' money. And
Dude, I don't care how many studies you do. I don't care what study you point to. I don't believe for a second that working from home makes you more productive. There are way too many distractions. Nobody's watching you. It's like saying, oh, the students do better on the test when the teacher leaves the room. No. I don't. It's nice to hear that from federal workers, though, where they're like, that's how you know those are the ambitious ones who are going to do something and make something of themselves. Because they want to weed out all these losers, and they want to stand out as the one who can move up the ladder a little bit. Oh, yeah, all my coworkers, lazy motherfuckers, can't come up with shit. I be working all the time. They know where the party's at, as Jagged Edge would say. I'm so fucking old. Holy shit. Ryan the Garbage Man with $1 over on PayPal says, Aaron told me this, so I know it's true. Now, wait a minute. I have not read this yet. I do not have private conversations like this with Ryan the Garbage Man. I'm going to prematurely call bullshit on this, but let's hear him out. Aaron told me this, so I know it's true. Aaron's favorite position is called the screwed turtle. On his back, feet in the air, and cheeks spread. I was taken aback and nauseated on how giddy he was while explaining it. Now, none of you believe that. None of you believe that. Rebecca with $5 says, I've been listening to your nonsense for 7 to 8 years now. I was bummed when you left WHMH, but it's great you kept on moving. You crack me up. Aw, thanks. Look at me dragging in the female demo. Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that $5. That puts us at 55 for today. Finish it off. Swing that last couple of axe strokes to knock the rest of this thing down. Appreciate it, guys. $55 away from today. Dive Bar with $1 says, lest we forget, the goal kills cancer patients, which frees up time, resources, and money. That's true. Somebody did give $50 out of their wife's cancer fund yesterday, which means that the economy was freed up to be more productive as we weren't using any more of those resources. So thank you guys for contributing money to this show and letting us know how we contribute to the economy. Let's go to the chat's been busy. So is my email and texts since that's been going on. Oh, my God. This is, some of these are really fucking funny. Let's go to, come on, recycle. There we go. This is $1.78 from Dry Pussy. Dry Pussy with $1.78 says, my N-word in Vishnu, you work from home though. Yeah, and some days I get really fucking lazy. Like I'm supposed to put a clip up there. And I might, like yesterday, I did the clip, boom, got it ready to go, got the show right up on Patreon, boom. Oh, by the way, those members-only shows will also be on Patreon. So if you don't want to become a member, we have rededicated the Patreon again, so we are going to start plugging it. Patreon.com/SteelToe Show. We're going to start putting those old radio shows from Facebook up on the members-only, up on the Patreon, and then we'll delete them from Facebook once we put them up there. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, why do women watch this? Well, you know what, guys? I think that is a great question and one that I think should be our next donor topic on the show. Why do women watch Steel Toe? Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Super Chats. Be creative. God bless. $55 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. All right, I'm way behind in the chat. And we had a lot of really funny stuff. The way this Rumble chat locks and refreshes and stuff, I hope I'm not the only one having that issue. Guy Sartell says, I work from home and only work like 20% of the time. I keep on getting raises for being more productive than my coworkers too, so they must only work 10% of the time. Well, you know, when you work 20% of the time, that leaves 80% of the time we're just getting ready to do more work. So you're either working or thinking about working 100% of the time. And then your coworkers are only working 10% of the time, so you take the 90% of the time that they're not working, and that makes you look even better, so you got a 190% chance of being a good worker. There we go. The math don't lie. Chevy fan with $1 says women watch to remind themselves that, hey, my husband's not too bad. I got really excited for people to donate to the show to tell me exactly how or why women would enjoy this program. And that one actually hurt my feelings a little bit. Making speech free again says, do you realize how often you move the mic right back to the same spot? Yes. Yes, I do. Does it bother you? Because if it does, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm just going to continue moving the microphone. What great justice it would be if this thing just completely fell off the table while I was doing that. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate what do they call it? What do the kids call it? Good-natured ribbing? All right, let's open up our final few topics that we've got for today's show. $55 away from hammering this out and calling it another win for the toe, which will basically leave us with one final goal left for the week. Silver Wolf with $1 says, uh-oh, Aaron, I work by China Star Buffet. I think they sent you a text. They look very upset. Oh, God, here we go. Let's take a look at the text that I got from the China Star Buffet. Oh, I'm supposed to read it in a Chinese accent. I'm sure this won't be offensive. Mr. Imhort, we are very sorry to inform you that you are banned from a China Star Buffet. We cannot afford to feed you a real piggy man. Thanks. Thank you, Silver Wolf, for letting me know I had that text. I can't believe you knew. It's crazy. Wait a minute. You knew what was on my phone. Is Silver Wolf Nick Rekieta? Rebecca with $1 says, I have no excuse for why I watch or listen. It's shameful, really. Oh. I mean, doesn't hurt my feelings at all. Doesn't make me feel like a total piece of shit in any way, shape, or form. Thank you very much. I love it when we're done with a story and we go have one of these listener segments. It reinvigorates my desire to entertain you all on a daily basis. Kid Rock posted an update today with a little Doge information. Is the Trump administration leaking shit to Kid Rock? That would be awesome. Kid says, Doge has asked government employees to send 5 things they did last week. I ask my staff to do this every day. Not just 5 things, but all tasks completed, so everyone knows what's going on. He has a bar, right? He owns a bar. And it cuts down on constant questions, emails, etc. It's called being efficient. Here's an example from one employee for one day's work. Emptied all trash, checked mail and lockbox, fed all animals, cleaned stalls. Oh, no, this must be at like a ranch he owns. Moved back to cabin 2 and removed propane heater. Checked HVAC in cabin 2. Checked mini split in rusty garage after resetting it yesterday. Shows fault again. I have total coming out Monday to clean saloon ice maker, and we'll have them check mini split in rusty garage. Stopped dripping water in trailer, saloon, and tractor barn. Lowe's run. Checked lodge and suburban. Washed and filled up with gas. Washed and placed in cabin 1. Fed horses prior to leaving. Let security know all buildings in Cowboy Town locked and armed. There you go. That's what Kid Rock's employees do on a given day. To which I would respond with just one email. Stop being such a fucking kiss ass. Approachable with $1 says you can't fault Aaron for messing with the mic. Anytime you put something long and cylindrical like that in front of his face, it's habit for him to reach out, grab it, and start moving it back and forth. Approachable, thank you for explaining to everyone why I appreciate it. That's so fucking helpful. Chevy fan with $1. Aaron had to be reminded at China Star that you're supposed to sit at a table, not pull a chair up to the buffet. I mean, if I didn't have you guys to explain to people what goes on in my life on a regular basis, how would people be able to keep up? I ask you. $55 away from today's goal. Go ahead and chip in. Let's get this knocked out. We appreciate all of your contributions. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats. Isn't this sweet? Travis Kelce says Taylor Swift's music is getting him through his Super Bowl heartbreak. Oh, Jesus Christ. You can act like a man.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
Jesus. Just get married already. Like, I know the rest of the country is like sick of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift and they like want them to break up or whatever. I say let's do it the other way. Just get married already. Let's have the royal wedding. Let's do it before the football season starts so we don't have to deal with that shit during football season. Let's do the whole having a kid arc and all that. Let's just get it done with. I just want to fast forward to the end of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. It's a show that's been going on for too many seasons now. Season 1, I didn't mind it. I thought it was kind of fun. Halfway through season 2, I was like, oh, it seems to be upsetting people. That pleases me. I'm not ready for season 3. Let's fast forward to the end. iPhone apparently has a voice-to-text glitch that apparently converts the word racist to Trump. Now, I don't know if this was just this one person's phone or if this is something that happens regularly. I don't have an iPhone. I'm a Droid man. I'm a Samsung guy. I'm a Galaxy man. So everyone, poverty. But I love it. It's very user-friendly. It's very easy. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so these phones work great for me. But apparently on the iPhone, if you try to say racist, it will convert to Trump. Now, if you have an iPhone, I would be really interested if you would try this, what we're about to see, and see if it happens for you as well.
Racist.
Wow. So it does go to Trump right away and then goes racist. Interesting. See if you get that. Do it right now and see if you get the little blip of Trump in there when you say racist. I feel like you guys have all said racist into your phone enough that it probably just does it right. That's fascinating. AOC doubles down and says President Trump has a racist mind and heart. Wow, she's a mind reader now. Okay. Let us know, sweetie.
Congresswoman, 5 minutes ago, the president literally just tweeted, and I quote,
5 minutes? Okay.
he tweeted that those tweets were not racist, period, and that he doesn't have a racist bone in his body. What do you say to that?
Well, I think he's got a racist brain in his head. And I think
Well, that's not a bone, though, so technically he ain't lying. If he's got a racist head and he's got a racist heart, that's not a racist. So he's not a liar. Doesn't have a racist bone in his body. His spleen, on the other hand, oh my God, does it hate Indians. Real bad.
he's got a racist heart in his chest. And I have never personally met a racist that admitted to being a racist.
Okay. And
somebody's never met Sam Show. Sam Show, would you go ahead and do AOC the honors and show her? You know, Patrice O'Neill used to say that. He used to say, I've never met a racist. You know, meaning that nobody just like goes up and goes, yeah, I'm a racist. I don't agree with that. I've met plenty of people who like are I've met plenty of racists. Not like people I listen to and I go, you're a racist. Like people who go like, yeah, I'm kind of racist. I've met those people. Maybe it's just, maybe they don't want to say it around AOC because they're worried she'll throw fire at them. Didn't do it on my girlfriend's phone. Yeah, SP just sent me a text that says racist. I don't know if she's even listening to the show right now. That might have just been an accusation. It's a twice a week thing for me. She says iPhone doesn't do that. All right, well, what the fuck was this person doing then? What kind of weird shenanigans are they up to? Geese Hartel says, I'd still fuck her. She's a cutie. I've always thought AOC was a cutie. I haven't changed that opinion. I think she's good looking. People get mad because they disagree with her on shit. I don't know. I think we'd live in a better world if people's boners didn't have political biases, you know? Like Christi Noem, I think she's cute. I think, what's her name? Nancy Mace is attractive. I even think, who's my Democratic Nubian princess? Jenkins. Leroy Jenkins. Destiny. I always give her a fucking stripper name. Desiree Jenkins. No, that's not it. Who's my fucking black queen in the Democratic Party? Maxine Waters. That's it. I'm never gonna remember. No, it's not. Turd Burglar, that is not her name, and I almost read that. Jasmine Crockett. Thank you very much. Turd Burglar, you got it wrong by a little bit. No, it's not Davy Crockett. That's a different American sex symbol. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett. I have to block out Turd Burglars because as I say her name, I'm about to read it the way he wrote it. So I have to say Jasmine Crockett so I don't say what he said. I can't look at what he said. Making speech free again is telling me to not bounce my legs. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm too caffeined. I'm gassed up today. I finished my Celsius water here. And then also I went with, I had a Diet Mountain Dew today as well. So yeah. Jack Brennan with $10 says Cortez's nips or her nostrils. What's bigger? She looks like a tiny nipped gal. I'm going to go ahead and say cute little nipples, reasonably sized areolas. That's my guess. Thank you for the $10, Jack Brennan. I appreciate it. $45 away from knocking out today's goal and calling it another win for the toe. Thank you very much. Let's just trim the hedges and call it good. And then we basically got one goal left for the week because the evening show is almost knocked out. Theirs tonight already. Thank you guys very much for that. And thank you, Jack. Atomic Ray says, Aaron, you'll have kidney disease by 40. It really, like, I feel this right here when I drink the Celsius. It's not good. Somebody, too, says, gotta cut the pop out, dude. Hey, your lips to God's ears, you know? Fuck you, dude, says, I did the powdered Celsius on your suggestion. Put 3 packs in my water, and it's pretty good. That's 600 milligrams of caffeine. That's a fucking pot of coffee, you lunatic. Making speech free again says, you have a delicate system. It's not your fault. Thank you for understanding. I appreciate that. All right, guys, let's rally up this last 5.5 minutes. Let's knock out this $45 and call it another win for the toe. We're just about there. Thank you very much. Everybody throw in a couple on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, etc. It can be done on earth as it is in heaven. We're just $45 away. Let's hang out and call it another win for the toe. We have, we have this Australian bathroom sign that got posted. This is so sad. And we also have a meth bust here in Minnesota, and I think it's the most perfect meth bust ever, if I may. I don't think you could have a meth bust at a more apropos location. We got that coming up and a lot more, and obviously more of your guys' talking points, which I'm always thrilled with. So off we go. We'll call Jack Brennan the first contribution in the rally. We've got 4.5 minutes to go. $45 away from today's goal. 5 or 10 at a time. We got this knocked out. Or one person with a 45 drop. 2 people. Well, you understand how math works. $45 away from today's goal. Little bit of a rally. Knock out the rest of it. Another win for the toe on the way. Forthcoming here on a Wednesday morning. Sam Show says maybe your 150 is in there too. Making speech free again says if he doesn't mention all the platforms at once, the bus explodes. 1,000% true. At least somebody understands me. Okay, guys, off we go. 4 minutes left. Just one of those. Doesn't matter how close we get, does it? Always right down to the wire with the morning crew. Always right down to the wire with the fucking morning crew, huh? Evening show audience, they don't even let me get to half hour into the show. Boom, done, over. You morning people, you crushed it today. You were fucking killing it all day long. That goal wasn't even brought up. But when it gets to that last 5 minutes, you guys are like, fuck him and his last $45. 3 minutes and a half. 3.5 minutes left to go. Let's knock out this last pesky $45. That's how I classify it. The last 45 is pesky. Throw it in. Call it another win for the toe. I don't care how you do it. I don't care how the math adds up. Let's get it done. 3 minutes to go. 2.5 minutes into the rally. Dry as a bone, and I feel like it's intentional. I feel like this is a cruel, the evening show would never do this to me. They would never run such a cruel gag. They would go 45. That ain't shit. We got this. You guys are like, let's see how much we can make him squirm. And then at 10:02, we'll get the 45 taken care of. I know your game. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, you rat bastards. 2.5 minutes left to go. $45 away. All right. It's funny. It's funny. It's great. Hilarious. Hey, look, we got Aaron inside of the free overtime money number. Let's make him sweat it out. What do you mean? What do you mean sweat it out? We're doing great. Everything's fine. Doing awesome. It's not hot in here at all. 2 minutes away from knocking out today's, running out of time and starting our overtime. $45 away from today's goal. Don't you guys have a cancer fund you can raid? Fuck you, dude, with $1 and a middle finger. Now, see, that's not very nice. That's not very nice. $45 away from today. 1.5 minutes left to go. All right, come on. Seriously. I was so proud of today. I was so proud of the morning show. Evening show's been kicking it in the ass. Nothing to worry about. Morning show's just been barely scraping by the skin of its teeth. And then today, we're down to like $150 in the first hour. We're down to $50 with a half hour left. And I'm like, here we go. You fucks. Guys, we got 1 minute left. Can we please knock out the $45? Can you please? It's strange that you've all organized to get hundreds of you organizing together at the same time. $45 away. I'm going to bother you over the course of the next half hour. It's going to get very obnoxious in here. $45 away from today's goal. Please contribute. One of you be rebellious. Right now, all you're doing, you understand, is being lemmings. You're just following the crowd. $10 from Need Trump says, great show, boss. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. $35 away from today's goal. Helgi with $1 says you're not going to hit the goal. Well, not with that attitude, we're not. $35 away. 10 seconds left. Oh, wait, 15 seconds left. Hold on. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. $35 away. You proud of yourself? 35 away. Oh, yeah. I'm asking during the next half hour. And I'm holding back all the good stuff. You know what? That's mean. Now I'm just being bitter. You know what that is? Now I'm being a cunt. We don't want to be cunts over here. $35 away from knocking out today's goal. Be a rebel. Be different. No, this can't be. No. J.A. with $2 says, R.I.P. Leaping Lanny Poffo. No, not the last surviving member of the Poffo family. Not Macho Man's brother. Silver Wolf with $1 says, I'm driving. It's very dangerous to send you money. I know. That's why you should have made it $100 instead of $1. You know, make it worth it if you're going to take a header off an embankment. For God's sake. All right, there you go. $32 away from today's goal. They're giving me shit now for, hey, doesn't my dollar count? All right, there you go. $32 away. Somebody says Leaping Lanny Poffo died last year. Oops. Really? Oh, my God, he did. He died 2 years ago. He died February 2nd, 2023. Savage family's been dead for a long time. I am a little late on that one. God, J.A., you made me mourn for no reason. All right. $32 away from taking this fucking cancer wagon and calling it another win for the toe. Eaton Clams with $10 over on PayPal.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bomb.
Eaton Clams with $10 says, this is for your bottom surgery. Oh, thank you for my bottom surgery. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. Tin Man Taylor with $10.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bomb.
Tin Man Taylor with $10 says, I asked my tax guy if donating to the show is a write-off. He said, not unless they are a minority in some way. I showed him your show, and he said, gay enough for me. Thank you. Nomo with $1 says, the pores are with you, buddy. Thank you so much. Approachable says, business here is like dealing with a hooker. You can give them some of the money up front, but you don't give them all the cash until the job is done. Is that what you guys are doing? Is that what you're doing? Well, here, I've started counting every penny now because you guys did give me shit for that just a little bit ago. $15.50 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. If you'd like to help finish off that $15.50, I would appreciate it. You know what? Let's do it $2 at a time. Nothing bigger than $2. And we'll knock out this last $15.50. And everybody will be a part of it. That'll be fun. All right, let's go on. This was in a rec center in Australia's bathroom in Melbourne. And it is the leftiest, pussiest thing I've ever seen. You know, finally the United States is going the right way on all this gender nonsense, but the rest of the world is still they're still 2022 United States, and they are full on, just full speed ahead with this shit. This was in the bathroom or outside the bathroom at a Melbourne rec center, like a gym where people are going to be taking their clothes off. Do you feel like someone is in the wrong bathroom? Now, see, this is nice. This is like saying, hey, do you feel like someone's in the wrong bathroom? This feels like this sign is with you. It's on your side. It's going to help you not feel crazy. Don't get your hopes up. Please don't stare at them, challenge them. What if I want to challenge them to Indian cock wrestling? Is that they might not have a cock. See, that's discriminatory now. Yeah, that was how I made new friends. Do not insult them. It looks like a dick, only smaller. That's because it's made out of my old pussy. Oh, fuck. I guess, don't I feel like a horse's ass? I'm sorry about that, ma'am. Person. Do not purposefully make them feel uncomfortable. All right. What if I do a hip cock helicopter to myself, though? Like, I'm not doing it as a presentation. I'm just bored. Is that making them? I'm not purposely I'm just accidentally making them uncomfortable. Instead, please respect their privacy, respect their identity, carry on with your day, and protect them from harm. You know what? That's good, because I was in the gym the other day. There was a trans person in there, and I did protect them from harm. Somebody took off their gym shorts, and they had a boner. And I jumped right in front of them. I went, no! I wanted to block them from the erection in case that person had any nefarious intent. This is getting bad, man. Not the show. That too. But this is getting really fucking bad. Just it's not enough to just be able to go in there with the wrong parts and make people uncomfortable. Now you have to force other people to be a part of the delusion as well. Like, the problem with the LGBTQ plus stuff is the rest of us, we bend over backwards every time, no pun intended. We give and we give and we give. We seed ground constantly, and then it's never enough. And we seed that ground so we don't have to hear about it anymore. And then they say, hey, we need you guys to contribute and be a part of it. It's like, no, that wasn't part of the deal. That's where you end up getting pushback, not the kind with the keep everybody safe. Adam Simon with $1. Thank you, buddy. All right, let's do some math here. That's 70. Fuck you, dude, with $1 on Rumble. That's 80. Says we could do this in 50-cent installments. Chevy fan with $1 says Aaron's bottom surgery would be adding a second stomach for buffet visits. This feels like bullying. Dive Bar with $1 says the next time you decide to put the Celsius down, do me a favor. Let me know ahead of time so I can dump the stock. Will do. Fuck you, dude, with $1 on Rumble says Aaron jerks it to Buck Angel, allegedly. You know, I want to be upset with you, but you remembered to say allegedly, and that means a lot. All right, $3.20. That means $11.80 left in today's goal. Thank you very much for the $11.80 that we have left in today's goal. Keep throwing in. Let's knock out the last $11.80. And I'd like to see it done $2 at a time and lower. If we could all do it $1 or $2 at a time, that would be the best way to go. Dave with $2 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, Dave. That's going to put us $9.80 away from today's goal. Oh, my goodness, so close. We are about 12 $1 Rumble rants away from knocking out today's goal. Thank you so much, my friends. This was, to me, Minnesota is now in possession of the greatest, most perfect meth bust of all time. You know, this is old school. This is the way meth busts were supposed to be made. Nowadays, you know, they're busting people in these shitty houses, these dingy drug dens, you know, back alleys and shit. That's not the way it was supposed to be. Over $71,000 in cash, a rifle and ammunition, along with bags of meth and a suspected ledger of drug sales, were uncovered inside a Grand Rapids motorcycle business last week. Yes! That's how we like our meth. Good old-fashioned biker crank and guns, and we're ready to go to war like Hell's Angels shit. That's the way meth was supposed to be busted. Not these fucking tweakers in some rundown house in a shitty part of town in the fucking warehouse district. No. We need our biker crank bust. That's what we need. Now, Grand Rapids resident Stephen Donald Stores, the 69-year-old owner of the longtime motorcycle shop Hog Pen, spelled H-A-W-G, Hog Pen, is facing 5 felony-level drug charges and 1 misdemeanor for driving while impaired. See, this is the kind of old-school shit that lets me know America is back. The meth, the crank is back in the hands of the bikers. You've got, you've got the cops are chasing down old grizzled dudes covered in tattoos and a biker ponytail and a tight knot and his leathers on. And he's got cash and guns and meth. And it's, it harkens back to a day when we were a proper country, According to court documents, all 3 suspects had been under surveillance, electronic or otherwise, for 2 months leading up to the February 20th arrests and the Aiken, Itasca, Mille Lacs violent crimes if you guys need to know about Minnesota, Aiken, Itasca, Mille Lacs, rife with meth. I mean, it's just desolate. It's empty. Outside of Lake Mille Lacs, where all the nice houses are, poverty gripped. All the fields are just full of rocks. It's shitty. It's rocks and cows and meth. That's it. Allegedly informed police that store had been selling meth out of the hog pen. Oh, there it is. Doesn't that just look like a proper meth den? Yes. USA, USA, USA. That's where our meth belongs. Walter White in Breaking Bad kind of destroyed the perception of meth, that it was supposed to be scientific and biology and all in chemistry and all this shit. Fuck that. Bikers making sloppy crank while they're, customizing choppers. That's the way God intended it when he gave us meth to enjoy. So good for them. Keeping America alive. I love it. Kyler Potch with $2 over on YouTube says something female cop. Your heart just wasn't in it. That's going to put us 840 away from today's goal. Oh, wait a minute. Dead Game with $5 says you're going to make it, Tubby. Woo! Sanford's son with $5 on Rumble says, damn, Jasmine Crockett's 43. Black don't crack. She's a cutie. That's what I'm telling you. All right, guys, guess what we're at? 40 cents. You wanted me to count every penny. I'm doing it. 40 cents. We are 40 cents away from today's goal. If you'd like to kick in the last 40. All right, can I admit something to you? I don't usually do this. I think it'd be fucking hilarious if you guys left us 40 cents short today. I think that would be the way to go. Can we all agree that it would be fucking hysterical to miss by 4? After you guys made me count every cent once we got to 35, I think missing by 40 cents would be the way to go. God damn it, Silverwolf. Thank you very much. Silverwolf with $1 on Rumble. I appreciate it.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Another win for the toe. We knocked it out. It's over. Silverwolf did it. We are one step closer to a perfect week. You know what? The way today went, goal-wise, I'm happy with that. If we do that forever, I'm happy. That was a fun goal day. That's attainable. That's something we can do right now. So thanks a million, guys. That was a hoot. The hooker got paid with 17 minutes to spare. There was a chat I wanted to get to a little bit ago. I'm worried that I've lost it now, that it's been lost to time. I think it was Chevy Fan who sent it. Chevy Fan did say, before we give you donations, can you please tell us what you did during the workday? Let's take a look. Here we go. Chevy Fan says, Aaron, your begging ain't that bad, I gotta say. Wow. Ain't I been saying it, Miguel? Ain't I been saying it? Aaron, your begging ain't that bad, I gotta say. Mersh was calling his viewers gay F words for not donating, and the ones who did were told that's not enough. He was being facetious, right? Mersh was not calling people gay F words and telling them they're not donating enough in a serious way, was he? Because I can tell you from experience, being really nice to your audience, no matter how much they give or don't give, is definitely the way to go. It makes you happier. It makes you more appreciative. The audience feels better about it. I think you know what? I'm going to believe until Chevy Fan tells me different. I'm going to believe that he was kidding, that he was joking around. And if he wasn't, I'm guessing Crystal Crocodile or _Mersh will have a clip of it somewhere. Let's go to, Bottle Tip had a good one. Bottle Tip says, Aaron, good thing you're with a better lady now. Your ex could have gotten you involved in this story by saying, I think it's sexy. Sam Show writes, meth bikes are sexy. Sexy sex. We were talking about that last night, how fans of the show will taunt me with old clips of the show. And they'll be like, yeah, you proud of this? And it'll just be April and I talking about sex shit. It's like, it's fucking gross. Like, I really did I said this, I took a wrecking ball to my own show that I built by just being a fucking pervert and being gross and being fucking disgusting, which is not what the show was ever about. And boy, did we just, I mean, I won't say just me, like we just fucking wrecked. I mean, I brought in someone who didn't understand. She was a fan of the show, don't get me wrong, but I don't think she understood. Like, you know who understood what made the show great was Corey and Oz. Well, Johnny's still here, obviously, Johnny. But like Corey understood what made Steel Toe really good, sometimes better than I did. She didn't. And she just kind of wanted to put her stamp on it. And I allowed it. It was, my fault. I'm the guy in charge. I got to own it. Chevy fan says he seems serious. He even replayed his gun pointing at the screen bit. Yeah. He always says he's broke because you gay F words aren't giving me money. Well, I mean, if I could give some friendly advice, and I know he won't take it, like stop getting fucked up on your streams all the time. Like really focus. I became a fan of Revenge of the Sis because I thought they both had pretty decent takes and were pretty funny. When Mersh gets super fucked up, he's like anybody else who gets fucked up. You're not funny to anyone but yourself. You smoke too much weed, you drink too much, and you're not sharp. You're not on. You're not firing. Mersh has a little bit of a broadcasting background. He should know that. That when you're drunk or when you're on drugs, you're only funny to you. Everyone else just thinks you're kind of pathetic when you're all fucked up. From someone who's been perceived as pathetic by his audience before, believe me, I know. I'm giving you the read off my own beats, kid. But yeah, I mean, you'd make a lot more money if you weren't fucked up, and it seemed like you give a shit. Female cop. Carlos says you actually trained her into a decent second mic, but also agree with you. Oh, look at that. Chevy fan says he made like $40 after like 2 hours, then I went to sleep. Well, we all have our off nights. Bottle Tip says Bottle Tip says taunted by evidence and facts is always rough. A good life nuke will always bring a life change either way. No, I'm very happy in a strange way that all that went down the way it did, because some of us learned the hard way. Some of us, as evidence, never learn. But like I learned, but I had to learn the hard way. I was too stubborn and hard-headed to learn from other people or anything else. So yeah, Bottle Tip's right. My life got fucking nuked because of my own actions, because of things I'd done and things I took part in. My life got completely nuked, and out of that came a regrowth that I'm so goddamn proud and protective of. I mean, just less impulsive, more appreciative, ridiculously positive. If we're talking a year ago, and my neighbor was like, I'm going to Vegas. You want to come with me? Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm going. Doesn't matter. And now I'm just like, man, I'm kind of on a roll right now. I don't want to burn a bunch of money going to Las Vegas. Like, even SP was telling me yesterday, she's like, you could. I'm like, yeah, I could. But like, I like the trajectory I'm on right now. We'll fucking hit it again, and we'll hit it hard. But right now, I'm knocking on wood. I'm liking where I'm at, and I'd like to stay on that path if I could. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the chats coming here. Turd burglar, I never swallowed semen. I only said no to requests that were made of me, and I said I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to do that to you. That'll hurt. You don't want me to. I know it doesn't look like it will, but I promise you it will. And, go find someone who's into that. We have, goddamn, I'm starting to see more and more of these types of stories. 2 women and a man have been charged in connection with the death of a father at a Maple Grove hotel with his jewelry and multiple bank cards stolen as he overdosed on fentanyl and alcohol. We saw a story like this yesterday out of Nevada, where a 42-year-old woman keeps meeting these 70-year-old guys on Tinder, and she gives them sedatives and steals all their shit and buys a bunch of stuff with their credit cards and leaves these guys to die. One of them had the audacity to not die, and now she's been arrested. But like this 42-year-old man got all fucked up with these people, and they just robbed him blind. Imagine that. Fent junkies. No honor amongst thieves. Zachary Mulder, 42 of Maple Grove, was pronounced dead after being found unresponsive at the Cambria Suites Hotel on September 18th of last year. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office said Mulder's death was caused by a combination of alcohol and fentanyl. Oh, so like George Floyd. Markeisha Simone Lindsay Mullins, 29 of St. Paul, is charged with third-degree murder and theft in connection with his death. Ashion Ariel Lene Goldsby, 27 of Brooklyn Park, is charged with theft. And Damon Sental Smith, 30 of Minneapolis. It's kind of weird. We got a Markeisha, an Ashion, and a Damon. And the guy who died, Zachary. Weird that they're running in the same social circles. According to a GoFundMe, Mulder, who spent his working career as an oil driller in North Dakota, is survived by his wife Abigail and 4 daughters. Oh, his wife gave birth to their youngest child 2 weeks before he died. He also had 4 stepchildren. Holy fuck, that's a full house. Jesus. He was a provider for 2 households. So was he on the drugs, or did they? Oh yeah, there's our culprits. Oh wait, Ashion is a girl's name. Just judging by her skin, I'm saying that's Ashion. According to the criminal complaint, they found an unresponsive person at a welfare check at the Cambria Suites. So did he do the drugs, or did they give it to him? Because he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would be hanging out with such company. Surveillance footage showed Mulder at the hotel bar the night before, ordering 2 drinks and mostly on his phone at the time. Just after 1:20 a.m., Mulder and 2 women, later allegedly identified as Lindsay Mullins and Goldsby, met up and went to his hotel room. About 25 minutes later, the women are seen leaving the hotel room and giggling. So they fucked him. Oh, they're escorts. Okay. Maybe start with that next time. Crime analysts were able to determine that the 2 women have advertisements on escort websites with a listing rate of $300 per hour. Never gotten a hooker. Is that a lot? Is that supposed to be a good prostitute? $300 an hour? And who needs an hour? You know? Get your shit done. With one of the numbers making a call to Mulder's phone twice on the night he died. So they drugged him. I'm going to go with that. These chicks drugged this guy, but he did hire hookers. That's got to be difficult for the wife to swallow. That your husband ordered hookers, but you can't really be fully mad at him because they also dosed him and killed him and then robbed him. They ran up $76,000 in charges on his bank cards before he was reported dead. Oh, shit. Evil bitches. That's really bad. Approachable says you get $350 in 4 hours, so I would say $300 an hour is kind of expensive. Silverwolf says, sometimes I want to cuddle. Oh, okay. That's what the hour is for, huh? The sensitivity. Someone says, yeah, they stole this bit from Better Call Saul. I don't think that Better Call Saul bit got that dark. Helgi says, you're something of a discount prostitute yourself, A-Dog. You know what? Fair point. Fair point. God. So he wasn't getting high. He wasn't doing the drugs. But they made sure that they made him go under. A little too much, though. Like, aren't you supposed to, when you're drugging guys and robbing them, aren't you supposed to leave their heart beating? That's why fentanyl is a tricky one to be drugging people with. I mean, you get... I'm not trying to pass judgment, but I don't think these 2 were chemists. And I feel like, them fucking this up was probably something you could have seen. I think, because fentanyl's something like you put a little bit of fentanyl, it's like they say the head of a pin, you could kill somebody with it. I have a hard time believing that these 2 knew just the right, perfect amount to be able to give somebody. Will Heron says, I like that A-Dog is a thing. Yeah, when did A-Dog... A-Dog happened one day, and I'm just like, all right, fuck it. A-Dog is fine. Kind of like the Will Heron is dead bit, right, Will? Right, imposter Will? I'm sorry, I'm lashing out now because I'm trying to deflect off the A-Dog thing. You know? Oh, Will says Kiki said it. Okay. See, Will, I'm just trying to deflect. Kind of like when someone has to admit they left drugs next to a kid and then they deflect by lying about it and saying it was locked when it wasn't. It was just a little bullet. I don't understand why Nick said that the bullet of cocaine he left next to my daughter was locked. I grabbed it and I took it. I didn't know what it was. And I was like, don't. And I kind of had an idea. I'm like, don't. And all I had to do was unscrew the cap like that. I opened it up. They're full of powder. Oh, boy. I remember April and I's faces. We were fucking aghast. Like, we were appalled when that happened. Yikes. The Chevy fan, I didn't say that. Chevy fan, I did not say that. It is not something I said. Speaking of whores, Hooters might be heading for a financial faceplant. They got a possible bankruptcy coming, and thousands of women have been laid off from their jobs at Hooters. So now in one market in Chicago, the Admiral Theater Strip Club, which is I got to admit, one of the classiest names for a strip club ever, is now targeting Hooters waitresses and bartenders as recruits to work at their strip club. Here's the deal. I feel like Hooters was the job that girls who didn't want to commit to being strippers ended up doing. Like, Hooters was the respectable, plausible deniability of not being a whore, whereas stripper was kind of seen as a whore thing. Hooters, you're a server, you're a waitress. I mean, sure, you dress in tight clothes, but compared to what fucking college kids wear to school today, you're dressed like a fucking nun. It's not your fault you got a big ass and huge tits. So I don't know if a lot of the Hooters waitresses are going to go be strippers, because the whole reason they became Hooters waitresses in the first place was because they didn't want to be strippers. I think it's more likely they go OnlyFans than they go to the pole, but who knows? I only know of one Hooters employee, and that's the girl who got shit-faced. What was it? Sophia Gabriella Ross. That's her name. It's right there in the story. She got that DUI and was trying to suck off the cop to get off the DUI, make out with him, but you know where it would have went, you know. She's the only Hooters employee I know. I can see why Hooters is having trouble. I mean, there's just sexy sex all over the place. There's really, I mean, Hooters, there's no titillation behind Hooters anymore, you know? So I can see where it's kind of dying. It's just not viable anymore. It doesn't do anything for anyone. I remember when we were in middle school. No, it had to be sophomore year of high school because we were able to drive at this point. And in the summertime, we would go to Mall of America like 3-4 days a week, and we would eat at Hooters. And that was just our thing. We were just little creeps. That's all it was. It was just little creeps eating at Hooters because we had dial-up internet back then, you know? So it's just going to be one of those things where you're going to get to tell your kids, all right, just your sons, about, you know, when they're older, when they're in high school and college, you're going to get to tell them about this restaurant Hooters that existed. It's going to be like Bob's Big Boy or Burger Chef, you know? Just one of those things that got lost to time. Guys, thank you very much for a fantastic morning show. I had a blast. I hope you did as well. I got to go get a little boxing in today and then throw up a clip for you or two, get some work done, and then hang out until 6 p.m. Central. We're going to do the evening show at 6 p.m. now. It worked out incredible yesterday. We're going to keep that going. I really enjoyed it. 6 p.m. Central time for the evening show. Be there as we move one step closer to a perfect week for the toe. Have a great rest of your day. Stay safe and be happy.